Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Mazine shut. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey, hey, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my Dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the solo warrior, I will
All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday. It is February 16th. We have a great show planned for you. We are on episode 6 of our series, Universal Language Codes and Symbols. If this is your first time joining us, I suggest you go back and look at the first couple shows. The purpose of this particular series is of course, a couple folds. The main objective I would like to get out of this series is just to go over the basics of what metaphysics really is about, going over, breaking down the true meanings of everyday symbols that we see, also to discuss how really the true universal language is really numbers, and how those numbers can be translated all the way down to binary code. And you can take any particular number and break it down to binary code as well as words. Okay. And of course, that equals to the metaphysics / true science of the realm. Okay. So I highly encourage you to go back to the beginning if this is your first time joining us. So tonight, I hope to get into a little bit deeper more into the universal codes. We are going to do a flashback tonight. I think we're going to get to it tonight because we didn't get to it last week. And the flashback is going to be stuff that we've talked about before, but I'm bringing it back into play for, number one, the ones that didn't see it, but number two, to connect the dots on why we went over that stuff when we did. I think it was maybe a year or two ago. Okay, so welcome aboard to everyone. With that said, let me send a shout out to the YouTube family. So shout out to Brother Lance, shout out to Stephanie Cook, shout out to Real Lamarck Music, shout out to Copper Color Libra, shout out to Sis Tifa, shout out to Sis Sandra in the house, shout out to Sis Gina, shout out to Sis Angela, shout out to Tracy Bear in the chat, shout out to RDT, shout out to Wild Indian Don, shout out to Brother Sean, I see you in the house, shout out to Creekside Yella, he has such a baby face, and he is expecting a child, so congrats. Okay, I hope mom is doing well. So congratulations to Brother Creekside Yella. Shout out to Nisi Poo in the house. I think I got everybody. Shout out to Indian Carter. Oh, I don't know why you aren't a mod. My bad. I thought you were always a mod, Indian Carter. Okay, and let me see if I'm missing anybody. I don't think I am. Yep, I think I'm good. Okay, and then shout out to the YouTube family for joining us as well. All right, so let's get it cracking. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. I saw Brother Sean. He may not be ready yet to come in, so let me bring on Sis. Okay, and shout out to Son Scotty. Son Scotty, come on and make your way over. Let me turn on this record, y'all, because I'll be the main one with a hot attitude.
Recording in progress.
So sorry about that. So Son Scotty, if you're in the house, make your way over. You know we got stuff to talk about, but you know you got to come up in here and talk around it. You know what I'm talking about. So if you can make it, Son Scotty, come on up in here, and shout out to Brother Dez. Okay. So with that said, let's go ahead and get started. Peace and love, sis. You there, Sis Sandra?
Oh, yes, I am. Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda, to the family, and to Brother Sean. Sis? I saw him up there too.
Yeah.
I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm doing.
Okay.
May have to be interrupted, but I'm doing.
Okay. No worries. Okay, so since it's the two of us, you want to Go ahead and start with your go ahead on with the fuckery.
Well, the world is changing, as you well know. And we done had some flyovers, and our illustrious government is lying through their teeth. And you're shooting them out the air after people hollered and complained. But, if the evidence is pointing to you as being a conspirator with those people, then I'm talking in code, I hope you know. Then, you don't want them out the sky. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You won't shoot them down if you're part of the okie doke. And the FBI agent, a whistleblower, said that 70 in the known Congress stuff is part of that.
What are you talking about? That regular ass balloon?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mitch McConnell is married to one of them.
His old ass.
So
continue.
I know, but see, the thing is, it leads up to the derailments. Lots of derailments. Not just one, not just two, but I think they said 1,000.
Do tell. Well, how are you linking the two?
Well, because it's not coincidental that you got 1,000 derailments. And when I was listening to the Real American News, the Republicans radio thing, one of the ladies said, "Don't quote me because I didn't get the source, but that railroad is the same one in Arizona, and they're owned by PCP."
Because that's Norfolk Southern, right?
Yeah. They're owned by the PCP, whatever.
Yeah, I was like, who doing dope? Girl, I'm like, who doing PCP?
The communist Chinese
Party. 70s.
I know. But back, my brain skipped a beat. Yeah, it's owned by the Communist Party. And she said, I can't remember who said it, so I'm not quoting the source, so it's hearsay right now. But, they got 1,000 of these things. They have a Detroit one, they have Arizona, they have Texas. These are all of these derailments.
Do you remember who truly owns
everything?
Norfolk Southern? Yeah, pretty much everything. But
the Pacers?
Exactly. Which really they were hired by who? They worked for the King of France.
The King of France, yeah.
Yeah. Back then. So, but
that was Marie Antoinette's son, Louis and Maria Antoinette. But right now, we got gatekeepers who's not really addressing issues in this country right now. But what it all boils down to is, they say, welcome to the Third World War, and we're in it. That's what they're saying. And old China boy and Russia and Iran and somebody else is hooking up to come after us. That's what I understand to be the problem now. So these toxic trains, and they're toxic, all of them carrying toxic chemicals, it can be coincidental that they're doing that, and then getting derailed. And this Buttigieg, who's over the transportation, is not making any response to the Ohio one. And I hear chickens are dying, fish are dying, the water is contaminated.
It's a big thing here. They and I'll pull up an article to share with the fam. It's not close to where that derailment happened. It's not close to where I'm at, because I'm in the center of Ohio. It's more on the east side of Ohio, but yeah, they can't drink the water, and
it's tragic.
yeah, and a lot of them were evacuated.
Yeah, and the communist people, they have it on the radio stations or their blog or whatever, talking about the United States Chernobyl, and I'm like, ooh, that's what they're saying about it. And I said, okay. But, these things take out people because if you can't drink the water, you can't eat the food, then you can't live. If you don't have a place to stay, you're going to be on the streets. So they had a meeting uh, with the governor there, and the news reporter was arrested for being in there. They told him to get out. They didn't want him to be in there,
Mm-hmm.
and he was doing the news, and they had him arrested because he was there. So I said, "Wow, interesting." So why is it secret? They're not telling anybody. The FDA or what's the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, they haven't responded. And that burn, uh, hmm, I guess they had to do it because it was going to be explosive at higher temperatures. They had to keep it at 7.9 degrees or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent you that video of it.
Yeah.
And they're talking. Hmm?
Yeah, I said I saw it. I haven't had a chance to
So
look
I
at it.
didn't re- I
Mm-hmm.
didn't memorize it, but it's kind of fishy. They were talking about it on the Real America's Voice
Mm-hmm.
news thing with Steve Bannon, and the ladies were more into it than the men because on their special report they were saying how many were going down and how many chicken coops was being burnt up and how many farmers was ran out of business with their cattle, so they're killing off the food supply, and they're locking down transportation too for people to get things that they need, and people need to pay attention to that because if you think it's coincidental, how many chicken coops does it take to catch fire before you figure out it's done deliberately? Because there's more than 100 that's been done. I think Connecticut was the last one I heard of. The big chicken farms. That's why our eggs are so high
Mm-hmm.
because they're cutting out meats. Because according to the globalists, the ESG, Environmental something agency, um, Carl Schwab and all them kind of stuff, they want us to eat worms while they eat their steaks, and you guys live and have nothing
It's
but worms for
interesting that
food.
you bring that up. I saw somebody had did a post and they were saying that the train derailments, and I'm gonna the derailment, I'll specifically talk about Ohio. They're like, watch the food, it may jack up the food supply. So it's interesting that you say that. Now here's the thing about Ohio. It is an agricultural state. Um,
Mm,
Even more so, which I was shocked,
okay.
than Georgia when I lived in Atlanta. It's more agricultural focused here. A lot of food is grown here. Ohio State University has a huge agricultural program. Uh, I'll put it this way. If you live in Columbus, now I can't vouch for Cincinnati, I can't vouch for Cleveland, can't vouch for Toledo, I can't vouch for the rest of the parts of Ohio, but here in Columbus, if you're hungry, it's something wrong because they give out so much food. You could go around the corner and it's some type of food drive going on. So I'm saying all that to say this just once again just shows how important it is for folks to understand, number one, where you live, where is your food coming from? And number two, how it is dangerous to depend on a like a traditional, not traditional, the food supply chain is what I'm trying to say. It is very, very dangerous to depend on the food supply chain. So I'm going to be watching, to see how the food shelves and all of that jazz is in Ohio. I don't think we'll have a problem in Ohio with the food, but maybe other goods. Yeah, I could see the supply chain being a little jacked up because of that derailment. We'll see, because that's only one part of the derailment, but you bring up a good point. So I'm sorry, sis, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you didn't cut me off. You can add to it, because I don't live over there, but they are really making sure that the food supply is being diminished all over the country. And
yeah, but
I paid $10.
Didn't the same thing happen when the hoochie coochie?
Oh yeah, and lockdown, and now they
and the part that sucked with that was that it was a surplus of food, because what happened was, like, the restaurants, for instance, because remember when everything was shut down, okay? So that means that the farms that were specifically contracted, the farms and the restaurants and the school system, because the babies weren't in school. So the farms that had contracts directly with the restaurants, directly with the schools, had a surplus of food. And they were literally, and now this is around the U.S. I can't speak for other countries. I can only speak for the U.S. They were literally dumping food.
Exactly.
So farmers started to feel bad about that. And so some of them start linking up with truckers or whatever. And the truckers would put the food in the back of their truck, and they would, like, go on the highway, and I don't know how they got the word out, whatever, and either give out the food or either sell the food. So my point being, there is not ever a shortage on this planet. I'm going to run that for the slow ones in the back. There is not ever a shortage on the planet when it is concerning food, okay? The earth herself, if you nurture her enough, produces more than enough food to feed everybody. So shortages are planned. And if you don't believe me, there's not enough. I just want you to go do an experiment. And you ain't got to blow your garden up. Go out there and plant one zucchini seed. Go out there and plant one tomato plant. I guarantee you just those two, you're going to have an abundance of both, where to the point you're going to be giving it away. That's just 2 crops I suggested you go plant. Nature provides in abundance. Shortages are planned and they are created. And that's what happens when you depend on a system to feed you. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, that's true. The system they're trying to poison it. They can't destroy it. So they're trying to poison the skies and poison your food. Like the water from the Ohio thing is going into the Mississippi River. And chickens and fish are dying and all that kind of stuff already. And people are getting sick from the smell and stuff. So, I mean, and then when you could tell when it's really rigged is when the government makes no response to it and make trite, response to what they're doing to remediate stuff, because that means they're going to take their time and let the disaster do its business. I don't know why people even depend on the government to do anything, but these people are going to have to start get their guns if if they're about to bring down China on top of our heads too, because they're coming in
and
those
to me,
balloons.
even that's manufactured because,
Oh yeah.
you know, Americans are pretty much minding our business, la da 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 dee dee dee, and they just keep one after the other, pulling out what they think are trigger points to get people riled up. Now, the good thing about it, even with most of the population still kind of being docile and not in tune, the consciousness level is raising just enough for people like, they over the bull. They're over the psyops. They're over all of this other bullshit. Cause they don't nobody give no damn about no balloon being shot down, baby. Don't nobody give a damn about folks going in the street up there talking about some people need to give up their guns, XYZ. I done told y'all, the hills in the hood, it'll never happen in America. This America. Ain't nobody giving up their guns. So the card of fear is being played out big time. And that particular card is a stronghold on consciousness because it keeps your vibration in a fight or flight situation. And it's wearing off. Folks are tired of it. Most know that something is going on. They may not know specifically what, but they're just, I think that folks are just tired. So it don't matter what they try to bring out. Don't nobody get no damn about no supposedly and allegedly aliens flying across the motherfucking sky.
Funny.
Don't nobody cares about that.
Bring it on.
because they all of the fuckery has ran its course. It's done with. Folks are tired of the wars. Folks are tired of being worked to death and getting nothing out of it. So there is like a huge, I'll put it this way. As folks keep saying, you know, it's going to be a major reset, which there is, but they can't seem to pull it off like they wanted to. They've been wanting to reset.
They've been working at it.
But the consciousness of the people, although overall it's low, it's always going to be the 1% that really makes things move, really makes things happen. But the rest of the 99%, and I'll even put it to the 10%, we like, get the fuck out of here. Okay? Folks are over it. They're tired. This system is done. Capitalism, done. Patriarch, done. All that shit is done. It doesn't work anymore. It's played itself out. It's rendered itself useless because it's gotten to the point where nobody's seeing where they're benefiting. Nobody's seeing it. Now, make no mistake about it. They understand that. The 1% that are controlling everything, they understand that. That's why throughout history, they did these resets, okay? But this one, they're struggling with. They're really struggling with it. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Well, you know, they try to use feminine energy to bring about whatever they want.
Absolutely. And in the feminine, it was enough feminine to say, go fuck yourself.
Well, yeah.
It ain't gonna never happen. I ain't gonna never consent to something that's not in my best interest and not in the best interest of the future generations. Go fuck yourself. I ain't never signing off on it. But continue, sis.
The feminine energy they used was their own and with their own agenda in mind. And all of those women, or most of the women in Scotland and New Zealand, they done stepped down. And then that one in Italy, was it Italy? Britain chick, she stepped back too because that energy doesn't work for them. Their energy doesn't work for them to take over. So there was like what, 3 women, 4 women that stepped down out of positions, and they were like on the globalist agenda too.
Right,
But it's not
because
working
and they
for them.
purposely started putting women in those positions. Let's be clear. They started putting women in those high profile positions because they understood that the energy was going to be shifting on the planet, and she was going to balance herself out because the feminine energy was suppressed. So that's why they made a move to start putting women in these particular positions to keep control of the realm. And again,
Right.
we don't give no fucks about that either, because it has to be a certain type of feminine that's always going to override any other feminine that they put up against us. Okay? That's why I keep telling men, you are working against yourself when you suppress the feminine. You work against yourself. But go ahead on, keep knocking yourself out if that's what you want to do. You go ahead on and do you. I'm just telling you, you're going to be on the losing end and you're going to be left behind. This is not about domination. This is not about men dominating over women, okay? We got better shit to do with our time than to be trying to dominate over some motherfucker. This is about bringing stuff back into correction. That's what this is about. And if you're not about that, if your frequency is not tuned into that level, I am telling you, you're going to be left behind. Okay? So you don't have to listen to me. It don't matter to me. Just keep doing what you're doing and being unsuccessful. Okay? Because it's only going to get worse. The more you buck against the feminine, the more you're going to keep sliding. Okay? So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, I was just saying that they're trying to get that system, the World War III. You know, they're trying their best.
They've been trying,
and they say
and ain't nobody feeling it. Ain't nobody feeling it.
No. In China, they don't. 1 minute they broke, next minute they fighting. And it's all about that the electric car and that lithium battery and stuff.
And the fucked up part about it, to show you how desperate they are and how they losing control, they want to sit up here and tell about Russia, low down dirty dog, because we can't, forget about Russia. Russia, low down dirty dog. China, low down dirty dog. And, talking that bullshit about war, but yet birth numbers are in the negative. They are scared out of their fucking mind, and they should be. They should be. Because when we said we're going to clean it up, we fucking mean it. So do not let them gaslight you. We see the shit for what it is. They know what time it is. So they going to throw everything at you at the kitchen sink. They going to bring the black-white card back out. They're going to bring out, police brutality out. Back out, this, that, and the third. But this particular system, it's literally, it's collapsing. And this is worldwide. Let's be clear. This ain't about, the U.S. Declining and China coming on the upkeep. It's not about that. I'm talking the total system collapsing. When we say that the energy has shifted, we are in, quote, quote, a new age, that's what the fuck we mean. It's over. Ain't nobody feeling that bullshit. So this is your opportunity to go do you. Create the world you want to live in. It starts with you individually and within your family. I don't give a fuck about that bullshit they talking. It would not surprise me as I sit up here and talk my shit that they have a breaking news story claiming and allegedly and supposedly that an alien then came across the motherfucking sky and it was Marduk, it was Inky Binky. I gives no fucks about none of that. I'm gonna sit with my popcorn and hot sauce and my gummy and say, yeah. And my motherfucking water and say, yeah. I don't give a damn about none of that. It's over. People know something is wrong. They can feel it. The energy has shifted. It doesn't match. That software, they can't upgrade it. They've been trying to upgrade it, and it don't work. They cannot keep up. And every time they think they have it, it gets switched up. So whatever. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Well, they done been telling us about the big hole in the sun. I had to laugh.
Mm-hmm.
And the fire, storms coming out of there. And right after we were talking about their sun, black sun, they show us the real sun. Scientist says, "Oh, we've never seen these sunspots like this before."
I saw that up there talking about some it's a tear in the sun. I started cracking up. I'm like, y'all so full of shit.
I started laughing to his face.
Shit.
Really, really funny.
Yeah, ain't nobody thinking about that bull crap they talking. Okay, so real quick, I know I had a couple articles I wanted to go over. But just real quick with the Ohio train derailment. Supposedly and allegedly the governor came on and said that Biden said, whatever you need, wooda, I'm here for you. So the city that happened here was, I'll just show the article right quick. So hold on, fam. Hold on, because I did pull the article. Where is it? Display capture. Okay. So the article is, this is from NPR. I just pulled it really, really quick. So it happened in East Palestine, Ohio. Okay, peep the name, Palestine. Yeah, everybody, yeah, coming over here naming stuff, renaming stuff. But the derailment of a train carrying hazardous material near a town in Ohio earlier this month has prompted environmental concerns and chemical fears for residents, even as state officials work to reassure them. From the very start of this, we have taken every step possible to assure that people's safety was first and foremost, Dr. Bruce Vanderhoff, the director of Ohio Department of Health, said at a Tuesday press conference. And as authorities work to assess the damage and investigate the derailment, more information has emerged this week about the chemicals in the rail cars, a variety of contaminants and carcinogens. Some of the chemicals, 5 rail cars worth of vinyl chloride, was intentionally burned off in a controlled explosion last week, which prompted a temporary evacuation of the area. Some residents have reported headaches and rashes in the days since the derailment. Baby, I would be the fuck up out of there. You understand me? I would have to be gone. And many have expressed frustration at what they say is a lack of answers from the railroad company and public officials. On Wednesday night, those worries bubbled over a Russia's town hall meeting I feel the entire city and I feel our leaders, everybody is letting us down. Homeowner Aaron Braggs told Ideas Stream Public Media. Here's what to know about the derailment and chemicals involved. A train carrying hazardous substances derailed earlier this month in eastern Ohio, likely due to mechanical issues. On February 3rd, just before 9 p.m. Eastern, a Norfolk Southern train derailed near East Palestine, Ohio, a town of about 4,800 people near the border with Pennsylvania. Nobody was hurt in the accident, officials say. Most of the trains, 150 rail cars, were carrying cargo that were not hazardous, officials say, such as cement, steel, and frozen vegetables, according to a manifest of derailed cars provided by the EPA. But 20 cars contain hazardous materials, according to an update from the National Transportation Safety Board, which is investigating the derailment. About 36 cars derailed overall, 11 of which were carrying hazardous material, investigators said. The NTSB investigation is not yet complete, but early signs suggest that a faulty wheel bearing on one rail car may have caused the derailment, the board said. Surveillance video from a home near the crash site recorded what happened to be a real wheel bearing in the final stage of overheat failure moments before the derailment, investigators said this week. The NTSB says it expects to release a preliminary report in about 2 weeks. So they were saying several cars were carrying that vinyl chloride, a cancer-causing substance. So it says a man-made substance the key ingredient in PVC, the hard plastic resin used widely in construction and healthcare. At room temperature, vinyl chloride is a sweet-smelling, odorless gas. It is typically transported in the form of compressed liquid. Oh, wow. Inhalation of vinyl chloride can cause respiratory symptoms such as shortness of breath, along with neurological symptoms like headaches and dizziness. Chronic exposure to high levels, of vinyl chloride has been associated with liver damage and cancer. This week, the EPA released a partial Norfolk Southern manifest that detailed other hazardous chemicals on the train, which included ethylene, glycomonobutyl ether, whatever the hell that is. Child, whatever the hell these other names
sounds
are.
like Roundup.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that sounds like Roundup.
All can cause irritation or neurological symptoms like dizziness and headaches. So that one butyl, whatever the hell that stuff is, a clear liquid that's used to make paint, adhesive, and caulk. The New Jersey Department of Health warns that exposure to it can cause headaches, dizziness, nauseous, throat and lung, to the nose, throat, and lungs. Okay, so I guess they evacuated the residents over the weekend in order to burn off those chemicals. Okay, and the firefighters worked to contain the blaze caused by the derailment. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
They said that thing was on fire for 20 miles before anybody noticed it, I guess, or did notice it at all. And I'm like, what? They didn't look back, the conductor didn't see the fire on the train or nothing. So that was kind of fishy.
Yeah, it says authorities eventually grew concerned about rising temperatures inside a single rail car, which they worried could cause a catastrophic explosion, sending shrapnel up to a mile away. The risk of the car exploding was described to me as high, Governor Mike DeWine said at a press conference Tuesday. Ultimately, officials decided to pursue a controlled release because burning the vinyl chloride can cause the production of other toxic chemicals. Chow. So I ain't gonna go, whatever, chloride, whatever the hell, phosgene. Official ordered the evacuation of a 1 by 2 mile area around East Palatine on both sides of the state line. So that's Ohio and Pennsylvania. On February 6th, crews released the vinyl chloride from the derailed cars into a trench where they burned it off in a controlled explosion, causing a dramatic plume of black smoke. The fire was finally extinguished on February 8th, after which the evacuation order was lifted. Officials said air quality was measured and deemed safe before allowing residents to return home. So here they're showing a picture of that smoke being seen from this particular neighborhood. Okay, so the EPA is claiming that the air is safe. Yeah. So officials say the municipal water in East Palatine is safe to drink. Shit, I wouldn't drink that motherfucker. I wouldn't even want to wash my ass in it, but that's just me.
Even the wells are no good.
Huh?
Even their wells are no good. They're in question.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a damn good point. That's a good point, sis. Water samples. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So with that being said, that means the table water for a long distance is going to be messed up. A long distance. Because
I don't know who in Ohio drink table water anyway. I haven't drank table water in years, but I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, table water is well water. The water table.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking about like you go to a restaurant and they give you water. I'm thinking coffee water. My bad. That's a good point though, sis.
So, people, big farming, it's going all the way to Mississippi. It's going down to Mississippi. So that means the table water all the way down, the table water level all the way down is affected. So that's a lot of area.
Yeah, now they claiming up in this article supposedly and allegedly that the EPA has rendered the water safe. Okay, so here they go, sis. They said this week the EPA says samples have been collected from 28 wells so far. The release of chemicals caused the death of 35 fish in the following in the days 3,500 fish in the days following the derailment. Officials say there is no evidence of an increase in fish deaths since those early days. Trying to see what else. And then, of course, some residents say somebody's getting a lot of feedback. And I know my mouth is already loud. So, okay. Yeah, shit. I know if
I was hearing that.
Because my mouth loud. And if I got to go, yeah, that's a lot of feedback. Okay, so some residents saying they still not feeling it. After the crash, some residents have complained of strong smells, headaches, and nausea. Though many have returned home since the evacuation order was lifted, several told NPR that they feel nervous about the quality of air and drinking water. It almost seems back to normal, except we have this looming hazardous cloud. Well, how the fuck is that safe? Shit.
You can see it in the sky. They said they saw it all the way up on the moon.
Not knowing what it's going to do to our future hanging over our heads, said Diana Elzer, whose home is about 600 yards from the site. Child. The cloud is metaphoric. She clarifies the weather has been windy and sunny lately.
Windy is bad.
Yeah, shit. Don't be blowing that motherfucking shit over here in Columbus. Shit. And it has been windy because, matter of fact, it's windy today. But yesterday, we had wind miles of about 60 degrees. Yeah, sis, because that's why you texted me and was like, sis, get your gas, man. I do need to get mine. Amazon do sell them too, sis. And my ass went walking yesterday because it was 60 degrees. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go walking. I'm gonna go to the park. So if I fall the fuck out, y'all. So anyhow, I think that's enough of that. Peace and love, Brother Sean. How are you?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
We good. We good. It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise. Wholeness and power. Yeah, this shit here in Ohio.
It's not impacting y'all though up in Cleveland, right?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, I don't even think it's gonna come down this way. But the thing is, both the governors of Ohio and Pennsylvania is throwing Norfolk up under the bridge.
Norfolk pulled their people. You know, Norfolk's pulled their people off of that site because they were like, we feel unsafe for them. Blah blah blah. Skippy this, that, and the third.
Mm-hmm. But Norfolk is the one that gave them the idea about burning the shit. And like dumbasses, they went along with that.
Stop playing with me.
It wasn't.
Where was the EPA?
It didn't come show up. I heard.
And Biden, and they say that Biden was even on board with them burning it.
Of course he was.
You know, they so goddamn dumb. We all said Sis Sandra's so nice. She's like, oh, nuts. They so goddamn dumb. So the EPA didn't even sanction it.
No
one.
The thing is, they should have used sand to put it out.
Yeah, like a oil spill. Shit. The alley mechanic know that.
Or foam or something like that. Yeah.
I still think the sand would be better because the foam has so many chemicals in it.
That's true, because the sand will soak it up.
Then all they had to do was remove that sand.
Right. Scoop it on in a shovel and oh my God. I did not know that.
Uncle Sean, they burned it because they said it was going to get on fire.
They said there's been multiple train derailments, and truth of the matter is, they ain't said why any of them have derailed. They never said what caused the derailment.
No.
I've heard some people tie it in to them setting HAARP off over there and setting that earthquake off in Turkey.
Yeah.
Oh,
some have said that the streets, because of the tectonic plates, the streets have shifted over a whole 3 feet.
Damn.
And they
said part in of Ohio or over in Turkey?
Turkey.
Over in Turkey, but they were saying that it was felt over here also.
Damn. Yeah, because they showed in Turkey that I think they said it's like a 1 mile gap across.
Yeah, I saw the pictures.
Yeah.
Buffalo had a earthquake too.
Buffalo, New York?
Buffalo, New York.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep, they felt it in New York.
I think that they're trying to stand up some new technology and testing it. They can't get the shit to work. That's just the bottom line. I know we went over.
That wasn't new technology.
You think it was just natural? The planet naturally?
It was it was HAARP. They deliberately set that earthquake off over there in Turkey. You know they pulling out all stops now. It's over. Their gig is up, so they pulling out all the stops.
Uncle Sean.
To keep us distracted. Yeah, go ahead, Nephew.
They found the HAARP, we call it development, in Brazil. The Brazilians found it and they destroyed it. But they found installment. That's what they found an installment. So the HAARP, it's real. It's not just a theory anymore.
Yeah, no, they admit that it's real because it's like most nations have their own HAARP program.
Correct.
So yeah, they absolutely admit that it's real. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, I know last week we talked about, and I'm going to display again. We talked about, and shout out to Sis Rachel, who sent the article on last week when we went into the Earth's core. Okay. According to that article, it stopped. Okay. Remember we said, and shout out to Vibes of Cosmo, based on his information, that the core is really that electromagnetic coil, i.e. black sun. And so, according to that article, the core stopped. Okay. And it's causing things to be out of whack. All right. So our particular theory is that is why the sun is looking all funky. It ain't the sun no more. That motherfucker ain't round no more. It ain't yellow no more. It's white. Okay. Because that, god dang on it, that technology broke down. Okay. Yes, sir, nephew.
Same with that technology. I believe that's what the sun itself is getting hotter. They're talking about global warming. But if that technology is tied to the sun and we're saying Mother Nature is increasing her frequency, I believe, as you said, they don't have control, but it's affecting the sun directly because the sun's UV is ridiculously hot. Like I'm in winter right now in Canada, but there was a day where the sun was out and that UV coming off that sun was ridiculous. And then 5-10 minutes later, they then fill the skies with friggin' airplanes.
Yeah, and shout out to RDT, a flashlight. Yeah, to me, RDT, that motherfucker is like a flashlight.
Yeah. If they don't cover it, it's
1,000.
like that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew. What'd you say?
No, I'm saying if they don't cover it and disperse the light, it feels exactly like a spotlight on you.
Yes. Yes. And if you pay attention, I remember a couple years ago when I was really, really following the sun patterns, because I have cameras all around my house, and therefore I can see the pattern of the sun rising and the sun setting. And I saw how the positions where they were rising and setting have changed, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm talking same time periods, because you know what I'm saying, if you knew why. When you're a gardener, you pay attention to shit like that.
For me, it's the moon.
Right.
Having enough in the moon.
Yes. So,
and I realized it's moved positions from where I seen it, let's say last year, same time, to like where it's at today.
Yeah. So I just find it interesting with all of these other stories coming out about the sun. So we were really, really tracking it. A couple of us were really, really tracking what was going on with it. And people, you can go on YouTube, people were literally setting up their cameras and documenting it exactly. And the sun pattern has most definitely changed. So a couple years ago, and I mentioned this on the air, may have been 3 years ago, may have been 2 years ago. And shout out to Sis Divinity, because she know what I'm talking about. Y'all know in the summertime how it gets, sun stays up. We get a lot more daylight.
Correct.
Child, that particular day, that motherfucking sun, it did not get pitch black, y'all, to 10-something at night.
9-something, yeah.
I went outside and I'm like, am I in a motherfucking Twilight Zone? Went outside, took pictures. And by the time I walked back in the house, it had went dark just like that. So it reminded me of a flashlight. I'm like, what, your motherfucking flashlight timing is off? And the same thing was happening because in the summer, I have to get my watering schedule on. So I would, get up like at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning to go water my garden. And it's so peaceful, this, that, and the third. And one morning I'm getting up and it was dark. It was still dark. And I had to look over. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? And it was summertime. And then just like that, by the time I got dressed, snap of a finger, the sun was up. I mean, it was dark. And then at the snap of a finger, it started being like the sun was rising, okay? So to me, that shit has broken down. I think vibes of Cosmo theory has been proven with what the sun really is and how there is an electromagnetic coil that really drives what you see as the sun and the moon as a reflection. And I think that particular technology has run its course. And either they trying to fix it, or they're trying to replace it, or they just have some type of temporary lights up there. But that shit is out of whack. It's way out of whack,
Artificial, for real.
Yeah, one time it was high noon and the motherfucking sun was above my head. Because I got in my truck and through the sunroof, and I even had the visor thingy over the sunroof, and that motherfucker was beaming. And I'm like, what? And I looked up, the sun was shining straight down. I mean, was literally on top of my head. So I'm digging in my purse. That's what I get for having them big ass purses. And it take me 2-3 minutes to find what the hell I need. And was digging in there to get my phone to take a picture. And then it corrected itself to the quote, quote, noon position. So, yeah, they full of shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm just laughing at the fact that it corrected itself.
Yeah, it correct. Because I went in there. I'm like, ain't nobody going to believe this. Let me get this out. Get this damn care. And then it corrected itself. I'm like, this is some bullshit right here. So, yeah, they're full of crap. So, sis, here's the article. I had pulled it. Huge. Because I saw it earlier. I forgot when I saw this. Guess a couple days ago. Huge piece of the sun breaks off, scientists stun. Yeah. Scientists are trying to understand the impact this huge prominence will have on Earth. Okay, so of course, this is their official picture of what the sun is. Yeah, okay then. The sun has always fascinated astronomers, and now a new development has baffled scientists. A huge part of the sun broke off of its surface and created a tornado-like swirl around the North Pole. Yeah. Those scientists are... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm talking shit for real.
Oh, those scientists are trying to analyze how this occurred. The video of the development has stunned the space community. The remarkable phenomenon was caught by NASA's James Webb telescope and shared on Twitter by Dr. Tamitha, a space weather forecaster, last week. The sun keeps emitting solar flares called prominence. And when they talk about solar flares, fam, they're talking about that UV radiation. That UV radiation is, again, really coming from the electromagnetic radiation field created by that black sun, i.e. the magnetic coil. Thank you, nephew. So when you hear solar flares, that's really what they're talking about, okay? And they don't want to talk about the UV radiation that's hitting the planet.
Yeah, the UV index. No.
They don't want to talk about that, okay? And it's so bad now, now I'm just going to say this. Even with me being melanated and of a light hue,
Right.
I never got sunburned. I take that back. Only time I got sunburned was when I was in New Orleans. New Orleans ain't no motherfucking joke, y'all. I about burnt the hell up. I didn't know what the hell that was. New Orleans and one time in Cali, but I'll give Cali a break because I'm on the ocean kicking it. And that sun hitting the water, it bounces back onto your ass, and that's your ass. So those are the only 2 times I got sunburn. Now, so because in other words, the sun never really bothered me like that.
No.
Now, when that flashlight, i.e. sun that they got up there now, and they had that motherfucker turned up high, you could just be standing around talking, baby, and you just feel your skin stinging. You're like, what the fuck? So when you hear them talk about solar flares, it's UV radiation. Yes, nephew.
I don't think they're turning it up. I think it's up. And I think what they're actually doing is that they're reducing the amount of it hitting Earth. Thus, this is Bill Gates saying he's doing weather, blah, 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 blah. So they don't have control of the sun, but they can control how much UV hits the surface of the Earth, which is why our skies are always right now.
That's interesting. Okay, I can rock with that.
That's why it's always overcast, because the amount of overcast, you diminish the amount of UV hitting. Come summertime, summertime's gonna be ridiculous. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and you're a gardener. I don't know if you've experienced where your plants sometimes they'll burn. I'm like, my babies
you gotta
are
water
burning.
them.
You gotta water them.
Yep. You water them more so they can soak up the soil.
Yeah, literally, I do it in the summer twice a day. I'll do it in the morning and I'll do it when it's sunset, so my babies won't be burning the fuck up. Yeah.
Auntie, one way you can help combat that is to cover your soil with. You got to do what Mother Nature does. In the forest, she always covers her ground. There's pine leaves. So what you have to do for your garden is actually cover it with wood chips or leaves so that the moisture within the soil bed stays there.
I do it. I got mulch out there happening now. Yeah, I don't play. Absolutely, 1,000%.
That UV is drying out our soils, basically.
Yep.
From erosion.
Absolutely, and stripping out all the fucking nutrients.
All that.
Because I worked hard to put the nutrients back in my back in that soil.
It's the microbiology it's killing off.
And I 1,000% agree. 1,000% agree. Now, the interesting part, I know we're getting a little bit off topic, but it is kind of still related. I did a test. One year, I had a really big garden. I know I shared it with you all. I gave away food for I think I gave out food 7 or 8 times. Okay, all my neighbors was eating really, really well. No. But because I eat a lot of organics, not everything organic that you buy in the store. So I did a test. So, okay, I'm going to compare the difference between the organic in the store and what comes out of my garden. It was no fucking comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely no comparison.
Juicy, sweet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And everything was in abundance. I don't use pesticides on my stuff. It was just no comparison, fam. But I understood because I built up my soil. There's no matching that. Okay, so even with stuff that they were saying in the stores that were organic, what I grew with my own hands outmatched that. There was literally no comparison. None. You could literally walk out there and pick a tomato off the vine and just eat it, and it was sweet. Matter of fact, when I would have them drop on the ground or whatever, my neighbor next door, they're Mexican, and they have chickens. And so I would throw it over the gate for the chickens. And this year, my neighbor, he had me cracking up. That rooster, me and the rooster used to get into it with his bad ass. But we cool now. Me and the rooster, we cool. You know, he said, yeah, he been flying over your fence. And I'm thinking he's stealing stuff. I'm like, no, he cool. He know to get the stuff up off the ground. So I don't have no smoke with him. So we was kind of laughing. So the chickens was eating good. This, that, and the third. So some jump off, goddammit, I at least go across, knock on my neighbor's door. I run me some eggs, okay?
Oh,
I
Auntie,
need some motherfucking eggs. Yes, yes, nephew.
as we talk about chickens, please be careful with the feed that you're feeding your chickens. What's coming down the pipeline is that chicken feed has been contaminated to the point where people that are had chickens for a while, they're realizing they're not getting the same egg production. And what they've had to do is switch to goat feed.
And I don't know why people just don't feed them. Well, maybe those that have chickens. I don't have any chickens. My neighbors do. Why don't they just feed them the veggie scrap? I mean, that's how I saw Big Mom and them do it, because my job, my chores, when I was like a little girl, was to feed the chickens. I ain't want to feed the pigs. My brother fed the pigs. But all of those animals, they ate the scraps.
Yeah, that's what they're for. Yeah.
So the vegetables, all of the scraps that come off the vegetables, all of that jazz. The slop jar, that's what Big Mama called it. All that shit was piled up in the slop jar, and that shit went to the chickens and the pigs. So I don't know why people aren't doing that. I'm assuming that if they're feeding their chickens feed, it's a gardener, because I'm in a couple garden groups, and one lady, she's out of Texas, her and her husband, and they got like a farm. They raise goats. They got a couple of cows. They got geese, chickens. They got so much stuff, y'all. And she was even talking about the chicken feed, and she said, I don't know why people don't, but they have huge gardens also. Because they have a working farm. They sell their stuff, their chickens, they got smokehouses and all that stuff. I would definitely hit them up if I lived there. I'm like, I would sure be putting my order in with y'all if I lived there. But she even said, I don't know why people aren't just feeding their animals, the veggie scraps. So I don't know why people aren't doing that.
Because the government told them to.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's one particular place, I can't remember the name of it, where most of them were getting their feed from. And once they realized that the chickens weren't laying eggs, then like he was saying, some of them switched up to a different type of feed for deer or whatever. But it's all part of the government and everything, as far as for them trying to shut
with that
down.
bullshit, always interfering. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's because people allow so much government oversight.
I
They
agree.
always asking these motherfuckers for shit. You invite them into your shit. The minute you accept something from them, you belong to them, because you're going to owe them for fucking ever.
Sure will.
And they'll do it for free, Uncle Sean.
Oh, nothing is free.
Nothing is free,
It's not
right?
free.
We know that.
What it's going to cost you in the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's going to be real.
Right.
You ain't going to be able to eat. You ain't going to be able to make no money. You ain't going to be able to do shit.
No.
They shutting everybody down. They going after these private farmers. These people
they
who
are.
got their
And
own
that's
shit.
worldwide. That's worldwide.
Mhm.
We did a drop on that over in Europe when they telling farmers what the fuck they can grow.
Yeah,
They
there was
put
a
legislation. Huh?
There was a revolt on that. The farmers They were
Yeah, they
protesting.
told them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
And they doing what they want to do anyway. And people are going more towards the farmers market. Tracy Bear says, we had a slop bucket in Louisiana. The animals were the garbage disposal. Absolutely. That's how it was at my grandparents' house. So I'm like, what y'all mean chicken feed? Ain't y'all just giving the chickens the scrap vegetables? What the hell, y'all? The goddamn it, the chickens ate after I finished my breakfast. I had to go out and feed them. And you know, in the country, you get up early. Big Mama wasn't playing that. You laying your ass around. My 8, 9 o'clock shit that I do now. No. Not in Big Mama's house. Your
Chickens
ass up
eat
at
bugs.
6. Yeah, they do.
Chickens eat bugs and everything. If you got
That's why
free
they're good
range
for the
chicken,
garden.
right? If you
Poop is never
they
dirty.
just walking around, they gon' eat. You
Yep.
ain't got to bend over backwards to feed. They gon' eat, even
They
if
gonna
your
get
ass
theirs.
don't eat.
What you say?
They
Even if
know
you
how to,
don't eat, goddamn it, they gonna eat.
yeah, they know how to survive off the land. It's
They do.
people that decide they want to sit up and geoengineer, and try and make a chicken a vegan when chickens eat any and every goddamn thing that will lay down there in front of them. I mean, because you feed an animal grass or grain, when you eat it, you still eat meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah,
it just
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Brother Sean, because the rooster, he's so raggedy, but he's smart as hell. And I was concerned about his ass because I didn't see him. So I saw my neighbor about a couple months ago before it got cold. And I'm like, where my boy at? Where the rooster at? He's still around. Yeah, he's still around. But we lost a couple of chickens because the hawks came and got a few, but his ass is still around. But anyhow, he was so fucking smart. He would break out the gate, have the girl chickens, the rooster, had a
The
girl
hens.
chickens, the hens, had them follow him. And I get ready to go run errands, and my neighbor and them next door, I live next in between some country people. On one side, Africans, they country as fuck. They be sitting on the porch with shit in their yard, looking like the Beverly motherfucking hillbillies. I got on his ass about all them cars, this, that, and the third. But cool people, real good people. So I come outside to get in my car to do my motherfucking errands. And he's sitting outside with a beer, chilling. And the chickens in the yard, in his yard, eating the bugs, the rooster and the hens. As soon as I walked out and saw them, I stood on my porch and started laughing. And I said to my neighbor, when they get over here? He's like, he been over here for about an hour. He's so smart, this, that, and the third. And as soon as he heard my voice, he looked, because he know me well. And he looked up at me. I'm like, you always into some shit. My neighbor just cracked up. So yeah, your point is well taken. Chickens and them been damn surviving. They gonna eat regardless. But that's a part of their job. They're supposed to be getting rid of the bugs in your garden. So you shouldn't have an outbreak of bugs that are attacking your garden if you have chickens. Literally, that's supposed to be one of their jobs. So
Yeah, that'd be
very
nice.
good point.
You know, I had to go, but somebody made a comment. I think it was Lance. What is it, Lance? That they are doing the chickens in because they found out that the chickens have something that can prevent the hoochie coochie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, I know they're full of protein and the eggs, you know, and stuff like that. But let's see here. Is that him? Yeah, Lance Ward. It's because they found out the eggs have something in it that helps prevent the hoochie coochie.
So therefore they're purposely creating the shortage. Is what he's
Well, they're
trying to
feeding
say.
them so that they don't. Yeah, they're putting feed or putting stuff in the feed so that they stop producing.
Right.
I think it go a lot deeper than that.
Probably.
What you think, Brother
Because
Sean?
Depopulation.
Depopulation too, huh? Yep.
I just think it's the whole depopulation thing. As far as for the eggs having these benefits, this, that, or the other, most viruses are grown
In egg.
with the
In
eggs.
eggs. Yep.
So
That's
eggs,
a fact.
eggs is what feed it. We shouldn't even be fucking with eggs for real, because that's what they're feeding all of these so-called illnesses that we're getting. I mean, mucus is the main cause of it. I mean, think back in the day when we had fresh eggs, or what we thought was fresh compared to what's going on today. We still got colds and the flu. And we know that that's basically what we're dealing with, the cold and the flu.
Correct.
So they just gonna keep saying shit to scare people, got you all over the place trying to figure this out, trying to figure that out. When I think, as far as for our age group, Rhonda, we were brought up right. We were brought up according to our culture. Because as we see all the changes that took place as we got older, how the family was destroyed, this, that, and other. We had a family infrastructure. We had community life. I mean, where there wasn't any so-called white people living in the community. They may have came in and worked, this, that, other, police, paramedics, teachers, etc., etc. But for the most part, they did not live in our communities.
That is facts.
In the majority of our communities, there was homeowners. We had shit that we did on the regular today had shit to do with a European or a white person. On Sundays, everybody got dressed up to come to dinner. You ain't come to dinner looking all bummy and shitty.
Bummy. I heard bummy in a while. Yeah, facts.
Everybody sat down, had dinner together, breakfast together, etc., depending upon your schedule. But mostly everything was set up around family.
That's true.
And what nobody running around calling nobody black or African American or this, that, or the other. Motherfuckers addressed you by your name. When people wanted to know who you were, they asked about who your family was.
Facts.
There's just so much stuff that we keep taking ourselves back to, getting caught up in, that actually doesn't have anything to do with us.
Yeah,
that's true.
We have to determine who and what we are. That's not for somebody else to sit up and tell us, okay, well, y'all was this and y'all was that and this, that, or the other. You don't know yourself. You don't know who you are or what you are. If you're saying that you're gods and you're creators of all of this, why do you accept anything less? Why are you being anything less?
That's true.
We're letting powerless things use our power against us.
Correct.
We getting caught up in the name game and the labels and everything, because that's what they want. They need a label. They need an identity. They need a sense of belonging somewhere. I'm really not comfortable with any term that we use, whether it's indigenous or whatever.
Black American.
Right.
I'm talking about any term, because if this is a hologram and our actual selves is someplace else, how are we indigenous? If our whole purpose is to get the fuck from out of here, if we came here, quote unquote, to have a physical human experience, then this ain't our home. That's like when you go to the basketball game. You go down, watch them play basketball. You don't live there. You take your ass home after the game is over.
That is true.
So if all this shit is just a game, when the game is over, we supposed to be taking our asses home to some other place else.
We do, but we don't realize it. Death is upon us.
And we keep putting energy into shit that didn't even serve our ancestors if they actually went by that shit.
Facts.
Ain't nothing we said saved a motherfucker in the past from what they went through. No matter what label a motherfucker claimed or nothing.
Correct.
Until we start being and doing all this shit, telling them, oh, I'm this, I'm that, you have to fill out this paperwork, you have to declare this, you have to declare that. To who? These motherfuckers already know who the fuck you are. Where do you think you finding all this goddamn information at? You didn't create it. You ain't going to other realm and then bring that shit forward and then write it down.
Right.
And these motherfuckers have been telling you, as you've been seeing, they lied about every goddamn thing. Mostly everything that you read, whether they tell you it's ancient or not, is a plagiarized. It's plagiarized.
Right.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to break your thought.
I just wanted to say, until we start being and doing, ain't a goddamn thing we saying gonna mean shit. Because all you doing is regurgitating back to them shit that they already know, because they the motherfuckers that put it on the goddamn internet.
Right.
That's true.
They're leaving it on the internet.
Right. So in other words, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Right. Bottom line.
What that's new, that's original, that's authentic. Because trying to recreate what they did in the past is going to lead us to the same result.
You know, I was listening to a video where this lady likes old books. And she went to an old bookstore and she found her book from 1877. And what she said was that she don't know why there isn't any books back to 1850 and back. She said it's like they got rid of everything. It's like we're in a new dimension or something. They done changed it all.
They burnt all the books.
They burnt all the books.
Let's say it like that.
So interesting, because where I want to go with this particular series, I want us to really, really get into, and we will get into a little bit deeper about this particular realm. I want to get into seedings, the creation of realms, because in my opinion, yes, this is definitely a simulation, which means it had to be created, right? Who created it? Now, my particular personal opinion is what you create, and this ain't really opinion, this is universal law. What you create, you are responsible for it. So this particular creation, I don't know if it was scripted. I think some of it was scripted. I think some of it got out of control. I think most of it was just pure neglect, because the further you get away from self and being in tune, the worse shape you are in. So now this is my take on it. Now, if I'm in the universe's shoes, bitch, you ain't finna come over here to this particular universe. We over here kicking it and chilling. In the words of Kitty Paw, namaste. And you bring in, your degeneracy over here. Hell to the no. You stay your funk ass on Earth. Not Earth, y'all. Earth. You stay your funk ass on Earth. And you clean that shit up. You don't get to come over here and bring your motherfucking rats and roaches, your motherfucking baby ass children that you ain't raised, motherfucker, properly. None of that. You clean that shit up. And if it's too infested, that's on you. Burn that motherfucker down. But what you not fenced to do is bring that infestation over here. So in my opinion, this particular realm, it's just the last go round of recreating, needing to be recreated. Because if you are gods and goddesses, you are supposed to be able to create and destroy. I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back. If you are God and goddesses, you are supposed to be able to create and destroy. We don't get to walk away when the times get tough. Somebody got a lot of background noise. Mute up. You don't get to walk away from what you created. Don't work that way. You gotta put on your motherfucking drawers. This the time y'all do need to wear drawers, okay? BCU, I know y'all know that joke. You gotta step into your motherfucking drawers and clean that shit up. Because I'm in the universe's shoes. Bitch, you're not finna bring that over here. You understand me? You can't come over my house, whore. You got roaches. You got roaches and bed bugs. You not bringing that fuckery over here. I can't get rid of them. Whorehouse, that's my problem. You better go plug them holes up, get some boric acid. That ain't working. Bitch, you better take all that furniture out.
And burn it.
And burn that motherfucker. Those are the tough choices that creators, gods and goddesses make. That's 1% shit. Yes, sir.
The oceans, salt water. Remember back in the day, you used to have to pull a little tab up and put water in the batteries?
Oh, yeah.
I never did that. Do tell. Do tell. I never did that.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but the thing is, salt water, saline solution, it's highly conductive of electricity, and it's a power source.
True that.
So people keep thinking that this fake sun is actually powering everything up and keeping this hologram going. When I think the water is partially responsible as well.
Absolutely, it is.
The saltiness of the water, correct?
Why you think it was put there?
Mm-hmm. And we talk about the fact that this is a water planet, but it's only a certain amount of the water that's usable right now.
Right.
But
drinkable.
As so-called gods and goddesses, alchemists, etc., why you motherfuckers ain't converted the water to being usable? Oh, I forgot, it's easier to push paperwork than actually put in some work. It's easier to beg than to put in some work. If this supposed to be ours, when the fuck are we gonna act like it and quit asking motherfuckers to stop doing shit?
Exactly.
When you gonna stop a motherfucker from doing shit? When are you going to stop your consent and participation in this bullshit? It dies when you stop feeding it.
Agreed.
But people keep feeding this beast. They keep feeding the fear factor. They feed every goddamn thing these people present to you. And don't take the time to actually know what it is that you actually need to fulfill your purpose.
Come on
They
with it
keep
now.
coming up with goddamn bullshit. They keep offering you shit to keep you goddamn distracted. And you go out there, work harder than some bitch, and then give all your money back to them for some shit that's gonna fuck you up. That's gonna fucking distract you and keep you from your purpose of trying to get the fuck out of here. If mama's frequencies are raising and ours is supposed to be rising with her because we're allegedly and supposedly her children, why is it so hard? If we've been here all these billions of years and we've recycled, reincarnated, etc., etc., why is this shit so hard? Why is it that difficult to stop hurting yourself?
Wow.
I mean, it's simple. All you have to do is fucking stop. You motherfuckers quit every goddamn thing else. You be quick to quit a job. You be quick to quit a relationship. You be quick to do this. You be quick to that.
It's cool.
But motherfuckers just sitting up lying to you all day, every goddamn day. You're not gonna stop giving them your energy. You just refuse to. And then what? You blame every goddamn body else. And it's your motherfucking ass that's doing everything to you that's fucked up. I ain't blaming nobody for a goddamn thing I'm going through. If a motherfucker is soulless, he doing his soulless shit. He's actually following his motherfucking program. If these other beings were allegedly and supposedly created to be demons and be evil and all this, that, and other, then them motherfuckers fulfilling their purpose. Them the motherfuckers that might have sinned first or get a goddamn soul because they following their goddamn program. They're at least doing what the fuck they supposed to do. But if we're supposed to be guardians, etc., protectors, creators, this, that, and other, and we ain't doing none of that shit.
No. I want to be influencer.
So who can you blame other than your goddamn self? Just because they offer you something don't mean you got to fucking take it. I mean, if y'all just want to keep accepting bullshit, I can come up with some whopper ass stories.
Got a bridge.
I'm telling you, I can give y'all a whole new generation of some bullshit.
I got some beachfront property.
Right.
I just want to make sure that my Cashapp and PayPal and shit gonna be jumping like the rest of these motherfuckers for they bullshit.
You need help.
I at least can bring you some original bullshit you ain't heard before, but you keep paying for the same bullshit that you keep hearing for generation after generation without seeing damn bit of goddamn change. And if your acceptance of that, I'm telling you, with the minds that we got on this panel, oh, we can give y'all some shit. Just let us know when y'all ready for some more, for some new and improved bullshit. We got you. just have that Cashapp and all that shit ready. I mean, we gonna do Patreon and all that shit with this bullshit. Cause y'all seem to be happy when you pay for bullshit. You won't accept free truth, but you'll pay for bullshit. I digress.
No, very good. Very good. Let me go on and give you the explosion. So, damn it, where's my explosion? Yeah, it is what the fuck it is. We're over it, pretty much. And the choice is yours. Again, we're not into no victimhood. That shit is over with. It's what are you doing for self, your family?
Later.
What are your priorities? And what is your purpose? Because I promise you, when you find your purpose and you're working on self, you're working on your family, building legacy, breaking generational curses, I promise you, you ain't got time for the bullshit. That's how you get yourself out of this shit. You don't get to walk away from what you created. You don't get to do it. So put your drugs on and get going and get to work. Otherwise, like I done said, I done took and told y'all, you don't have to shut the fuck up. Because see, I left whining behind in 2021. That's why I don't allow people to come up here and spew the blame game victimhood shit because my nerves is bad. You are responsible for self and what you created. And if you a grown-ass person and you have responsibilities, you got babies and grandbabies, I ain't trying to hear a goddamn thing from your old ass with this whining. What example are you setting for the babies when everything that fucking come out your mouth is victimhood on what they won't let you? They won't let you. They won't let you. They won't let you. We have ruined generations with the they won't let you and victimhood.
So ask for permission.
Folks should be fucking ashamed of themselves. How can you look yourself in the mirror? How can you look at them babies when you are a fucking failure? And not even the fact that you failed and make mistakes. Shit, we all do. I done been there and done that. But when you stay there and you want to justify your fucked upness, you're pathetic. You're pathetic. These babies deserve more. I'm going to say it again. I don't want to hear victimhood. You going to get up off your ass, wash your ass, brush your motherfucking teeth, put on your drugs. Because, yeah, you need drugs. Some of y'all just too funky. You need to put on some drugs to block that motherfucking funk. And get to work or shut the fuck up.
Right.
No one's accepting your excuses anymore. And if you allow people to be around you with that victim ass hood, I side eye you as well. That's what the people you hang with, it is a reflection of you. I don't fuck with losers. Do you understand me? I don't fuck with losers. You ain't finna be around me on some clown shit. So if you're running in those circles, you know the motherfuckers are losers. Whores ain't taking care of their babies, just being whores. Men ain't taking care of their children, just being trifling and whining, ain't got shit going for themselves, ain't trying to get motherfucking thing going for themselves. If you're running in those circles, what does that say about you?
That's who you with.
The black community is a motherfucking mess because we have allowed that shit to go on. We have allowed for people to whine. We've allowed for people to shuck their responsibilities. It's unfucking acceptable. We're done with it. Nigga, you gon' shit or get off the pot. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
Also, people have to realize that it's a thin line between discipline and abuse.
Now, come on.
A lot of people with that victimization attitude wind up making victims out of their children because they have unresolved issues to deal with. That's a
very good point.
They don't know how to communicate. They teach their children violence. They teach their children how to cuss, be ignorant, disrespectful. And then when they get that back, they sitting up there wondering, well, what the fuck happened? That's all you show the child.
Exactly.
You don't know how to communicate. You don't know how to be involved with the child's life in order to give them proper construction. And then when they take the examples that you give, like you get to cussing at the child, then when you hit a child cussing, first thing you want to do is hit the child. But where did the child learn to cuss from? And you have people that are disrespectful to their parents, but then when they become a parent, they want the respect. But
and it don't work that way.
Right. Your child can sit up and watch you disrespect your parents. And then you think your child is supposed to respect you?
Absolutely. It don't work that way.
The first thing you want to do when you can't communicate with a child and get them to understand something, you want to haul off and knock the shit out of them.
Right.
And then when that child does it to a younger cousin or a younger sibling, you want to beat their ass, but all they doing is what you showed them.
Mirroring what you showed them.
Right. You saying that if you can't talk to a motherfucker and get a motherfucker to understand what you saying, then just because you're bigger, you could kick their ass.
Right.
Because I'm bigger than you and you don't listen to me, I got the right to kick your ass.
Right.
You say something smart to me, I got the right to pop you in your mouth. Right. But then you go out in the streets, get cussed out by a motherfucker, and your tail up in between your legs. You quiet as fuck.
Right.
You ain't them hands ain't coming up for a goddamn thing. The eyes and that voice ain't coming up for a goddamn thing. But as soon as you got a child in front of you, you'll fuck your child up before you'll fuck up a motherfucker in the street. That's disrespecting you and your child.
It's sad.
Motherfuckers get mad about shit that happened in the street and then come home, take it out on their wife and children.
Mm-hmm.
Punk ass shit. Motherfuckers don't learn to communicate. If you're supposed to be gods, goddesses, creators, etc., why you ain't figured out a different way to do shit?
Right.
Every goddamn thought you have, as far as for every goddamn thing you do, was taught to you by some goddamn body else. Everything. Think of a thought that somebody hasn't said before. Show me something that nobody's ever seen before. And I ain't talking about put together a part of this, a part of that, put a lizard head on this, and a lion's body, etc. Create some whole brand new shit that's never existed before. Other than that, all you're doing is taking perspectives and information that other motherfuckers gave you and trying to make it fit your narrative. When your whole purpose is to find out who you are and what all you actually can do.
Right.
What motherfuckers did in the past ain't got a goddamn thing to do with what's going on today. The climate ain't the same, the frequency ain't the same, ain't the names on this place ain't the goddamn same. After every goddamn reset, they change your name. So what name is it that you can actually claim? Because if you've been here for all these different cycles, all this reincarnation, then you was called all these different things at some point in time. Why you ain't still calling yourself that? You sit up, go to these books and these videos. And oh, this is Atlantis. Oh, this is the original Egypt, and all this, that, and the other. And what the fuck has that done for you?
That's
Does
fact.
does that change the story that those was ignorant motherfuckers running around conquering other people? That don't change shit because this was the original old land, Egypt and Syria, and every goddamn place was over here. And I don't give a flying fuck where it is. The fuckery that took place in those names and in those places during that time, all this shit need to be fucking purged. And if you want to hold on to that and all the karma and fucked up shit that's associated with, then you need to fucking be purged too. I thought you were supposed to be here to correct shit, not be claiming fuckery. Speak on it and correct that shit and keep it fucking moving. But why sit up and fucking harp on shit that ain't doing a goddamn thing for nobody while these motherfuckers sitting back, melanated motherfuckers, I ain't even getting on the pale people, I'm talking about the melanated motherfuckers that's way more comfortable than these pale motherfuckers that's having a hard time dealing with the sun and mama and these frequencies and everything. I'm talking about the motherfuckers that'll still be here if one day ain't not one more pale motherfucker left on this bitch. These same motherfuckers will be eaten on the top. Mm-hmm. And we permit it because we get distracted by everything else and blame everybody else for what we did or didn't do.
Agreed.
If you're that interested in the past, put in some motherfucking shadow work and find out where and who the fuck you were then.
Correct.
And correct that shit instead of somebody else's narrative about a story of a whole goddamn people. That still don't place you or your bloodline specifically no motherfucking place.
History.
But I digress.
No, very, very good. Very, very good. Okay, let me get through this. And then we're going to see a couple comments. And then we're going to move on. What did it say? Oh, solar flare. The sun keeps emitting solar flares that sometimes affects communications on Earth. Hence, scientists are more concerned about the latest development. Talk about polar vortex. Material from a northern prominence just broke away from the main filament and is now circulating in a massive polar vortex around the north pole of our star. Now, let me pause. This is going to be a Jeopardy moment. What is emitting from the quote North Pole?
The microwave energy from the black sun.
Very good. I knew you would get it, New. Absolutely. Absolutely. Which, you know, they're also calling it, you could see it as the northern lights.
Interacting with our atmosphere.
Exactly. All right. So I just found that interesting that they put up in here that these flares broke off this, that, and the third, and it made it to the North Pole. And that just so happens to line up with Vibes of Cosmos work about that electromagnetic disbursement from that black sun. Implications for understanding the sun's atmospheric dynamics above 55 degrees here cannot be overstated. Dr. Tamitha said last week. And I'm not going to play it because YouTube been on some bullshit. They manually reviewed my video for some damn commercial music week before last. I was hotter than fish grease. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? So nonetheless, I won't play it because I know it's probably got music to it. I talk about polar vortex. Material from a northern prominence just broke away from the main filament and is now circulating in a massive polar vortex around the North Pole, our star. Okay, so that's basically saying what they said up there. According to Never a Straight Answer, aka NASA, the prominence is a large, bright feature extending outwards from the sun's surface. There have been several such instances in the past, but this one has stumped the scientific community. More observations of the solar polar vortex reveal it took roughly 8 hours for material to circumnavigate the pole at approximately 60 degrees latitude. This means an upper bound in the estimation of horizontal wind speed in this event is 96 kilometers per second or 60 miles a second, Dr. Scoff said in a subsequent tweet. Solar physicist Scott McIntosh of the U.S. National Center for Atmospheric Research, who has been observing the sun for decades, told Space.com that he had never seen a vortex like this one that occurred when a piece of the prominence broke away and was whipped into the solar atmosphere. Space scientists are now analyzing the strange event to gather more details about it and present a clearer picture. Though our favorite star is monitored around the clock, it keeps throwing surprises like the multiple powerful flares this month that disrupted communication on Earth. All right, so there you have it, y'all. Shoot. About this doggone sun. So just real quick, last week we talked about that movie with Samuel L. Jackson, The Core. Thank you. Shout out to the people in the comments section who reminded me of that movie. And you see here where this picture is kind of hard to see. The basics of the movie was that the Earth's core was heating up to the point where it was going to explode. So in order to save the world, they had to drill down into the Earth's core to correct it. And once they drilled down, fam, they showed the crystals in that movie. I sat straight up. I had to stop the screen and take pictures. So this particular picture, I know it's kind of blurry. You see one of the scientists. This is a big ass crystal quartz. Yeah. Okay, this from a movie. Okay, this the part that fucked me up. Now they underground via the Earth's core. You see the crystals down here. Hopefully y'all see this next picture on YouTube coming up. You see the quartz crystals down there. And if you look upwards, you see those gleams, speckles of light that look like what? Stars. So shout out to Vibes of Cosmo that was also saying that the stars that we see in the sky are energy centers, reflections of energy centers on Earth.
Is those crystals too right there?
Yeah,
corner?
those are crystals
Yeah,
down
on the
there.
bottom.
Wow.
But the
Yep,
crystal
all
is
of those are crystals, and then up top, those look like stars, but it was like the
Fractions.
the refracted light or the reflection from the crystals. Okay. So I think I just pulled those two pictures. I thought I had more. Yeah, is this the last one? Yeah, I did have another picture. And then this last one, just another gleam of the crystals. Now, again, this is the movie, The Core. I about fell out when I saw that. I did not expect, because something said, Rhonda, just watch this corny ass movie. They up here talking about The Core. Let's see if they're gonna throw some true science up in there. And when they drilled down and I saw them crystals, I said, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I can't believe that they are putting this up in here. They are admitting this. Okay? So remember, the crystals are attached to the ancient giant trees that were cut down. The crystals are the natural ley lines / energy center of the planet. Okay? What we are calling the black sun, that electromagnetic coil, is powered by these crystals. So that electromagnetic coil, i.e. black sun, is tuning the crystals via their energy, and that particular tuning is being emitted across the planet.
It's like a tuning fork.
It's like a tuning fork, absolutely. So the water, which is the best conductor of energy, carries that signal through. And then when it hits the atmosphere, you have the towers that pick up the signal and carry it throughout. That's why if you go to any major city around the world, you will see antennas on top of those buildings. And if you zoom in on the antennas, you will see the antenna has copper coils on them because it is emitting frequency. They showed you that in Westworld. That's what those towers were telling you about in Westworld. Okay. All right. So I did want to share that with y'all. Again, that's from the movie called The Core. Okay. So check it out. I was like, wow, when I saw that. Okay. Because Samuel L. Jackson is actually the scientist in it that had to come up with the drill to get down to that level. And so just real quick, let me bring up something else. And I put it out earlier today because I was thinking about tonight. I'm like, wait a minute. I got a video on that I did on those ancient trees and the root system. So I put out a short, and just real quick, I'll just share it with the fam. And this is gonna be hold on a second. Damn it. This is gonna be actual footage from not footage, actual pictures rather, from crystal caves. Okay. Definitely want to go to Crystal Cave in Mexico. It's like a really, really big one there. So I definitely want to check that out. So just real quick. Damn, you can't blow this up. Yeah, I just learned to get my shit together with these shorts. Shit, YouTube, all the formatting. Y'all need to update y'all software. Because I shouldn't have to jump through them hoops, goddammit. But anyway, formatted a certain way and all that. Get it together, YouTube. Shit. trying to compete with Twitter and them. Get your shit together. But anyhow, let me just play this for you all, fam. So as you can see, this quick short is showing Japan. Let me see if I can blow this up. That's showing Japan. Okay, y'all see them big ass crystals? Them underground crystals?
Damn.
That's what was attached to those giant ass ancient trees that were cut down. Before the planet was, this is the root system. Before the planet was terraformed. That's what they were showing you in Avatar. When,
That's what they were going after in Avatar. Underneath the tree was this structure.
There was some mineral. I forget the name of the mineral they were going after in Avatar. But when they were walking on the ground in Avatar and their feet were lighting up, that was their energy interacting with the crystals, with the natural ley lines of the planet.
Right.
Okay.
If the trees were alive, the ground would have been electrically conductive.
Exactly. Okay.
That's it.
Shout out. I'm sorry. Yes, Brother Sean.
It's also a form of bioluminescence, just like with the firefly. But you have more things in the water that have bioluminescence.
That's a great point.
And things in the water that can electrify you.
Electric eels, for example.
Yeah, that's a great point. Y'all notice lightning bugs came back? Did lightning bugs come back by y'all?
Yeah, I started seeing more of it.
Because I hadn't seen them since we were like children, Brother Sean. You know, in the summertime, lightning bugs were a staple. So in the last couple years, I started seeing them. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. So anyhow, that just made me think of luminous. Okay, so let's run this real quick. Shit.
I saw a movie years ago, and they wanted to kill the aliens with bariums. You showed a movie?
No, that's a little video I put together. Go ahead, sis. That was it, because it was only a couple seconds.
I was reading DJ ZP, where he said about barium salts and what else? The crystals are made out of barium salts and sulfur, I think it was, sulfates, because that's how they're made, with precipitation of coal and radium, and out of the coal, crystals in the earth are formed with coal precipitation and radium and barium salts. I remember a movie, and they used that barium salt. They were doing the chemtrailings, and I saw a movie that they use barium salts to get rid of people, kill them. And that's what they wanted to do in this movie, kill aliens with barium salts or sulfates. But you could make a crystal, if that's what DJ ZP is saying. The crystals are formed by that. And I was just wondering if they were trying to use that barium salt to crystallize some of us on the planet, because we are the crystals, originally. Well, what they were trying to do with it, but they spray it out the planes when they do the chemtrails. That's what they have in it. And other stuff,
Yeah,
Hey,
Sis Nonia's saying barium. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Like DJZPE is saying that it's a memory matrix. Crystals do store data. And
Yes, they do.
considering this is a hologram and everything, why wouldn't the crystals be important to them? That's how they can get information about this place and about us.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
how
that's
they
true.
were. That's how they were able to undermine everything. If you don't know how something works, you don't know how to stop it or lay something over it. So you gain an inner and understanding of it in order to defeat it. But we don't take the time to get inner and understanding of things that are presented to us. We just take things at fucking face value. We believe anything that we're told. But we regurgitate the part about us being gods, etc., etc.
Right.
But that don't seem to be something that we're taking to heart on a whole. I mean, we keep falling for all the dumb, weak shit. But we claim that we're supposed to be all this and all that and still ain't doing shit. To me, that's the bottom line. Until we start doing something and being what we claim to be, ain't another motherfucker gonna respect us. And we don't give them a reason to. Ain't nobody motherfucking scared of niggas but niggas.
Ooh! And we be the main one running around talking about some we wish a motherfucker would. And everybody is wouldn't too.
Because you see it all the time on these goddamn videos when motherfuckers get to call talking about Black Lives Matter, this, that, or the other. These motherfuckers all tough with each other. You'll go shoot up 4, 5 people in your neighborhood. Then when them people come after you, you crying, doing all this shit. You kill yourself. You do everything but stand up to them the way you stood up to the people that you motherfucking caused harm to.
Right. And then
We'll
they yell out for their mama.
Right.
That's the part that be killing me. I'm like, okay, but I thought bitches wasn't shit. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, 1 minute you a goddamn gangster. Y'all here putting in work in the streets. Of course, all you hurting is your own people.
Right.
But then when other motherfuckers come around, that bitching you come out real motherfucking quick. I don't even call motherfuckers pussies no more. Because a pussy is divine. It's divine. And it's strong. It's strong.
Right. That's true.
So,
it's an insult to the vagina, but you're right.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
But until we decide that we ain't taking no more shit off of nobody, whether that's each other or any other, shit gonna be the way it is. This is the reality that we are creating.
I agree.
Because you agree to all this shit. If you don't give any of this shit your energy, it don't pop off the way it do. But you consent to it. They write a script. They put it out on the internet. They may use one of their sources, WikiLeaks or this, that, or the other, to say somebody leaked the information. And then you start digging all into that and get further and further away from what you were supposed to be doing. You don't think they monitoring us and paying attention to what we doing? Soon as motherfuckers start reaching a certain point, then here come another goddamn distraction.
Yep, that's facts.
And you don't think they see that motherfuckers all of a sudden start talking about that? Leave the subject matter that they was on and give in to the bullshit? We cover everything. We believe in wholeness. We believe in giving the whole goddamn story, not just a certain narrative to make shit look a certain way. All we give a fuck about is the truth. We may be wrong about some things, but we looking for the truth. We ain't looking to get over on the motherfucker. We ain't looking to sell a story, this, that, or the other. But if you want us to start selling y'all some stories, we can. I promise you we can. Because me and Sis Rhonda, once we get the time, we are going to write a book. It's just, what do you want to read?
Yeah, because we could technically go either way, Brother Sean. We know some shit.
Yes,
we know, goddamn it, a soap opera that ain't got shit on reality TV, baby. That motherfucker be a bestseller, I promise you. But yeah,
and it involves a lot, and it involves people that you motherfuckers are doing paperwork with and all type of shit. All the fuckery that motherfuckers didn't fail for, we can expose all that shit. It's already exposed, but we could take shit deeper if that's what y'all want to pay for. Everybody else put shit talking about you got to pay for this, pay for that, because you ain't heard it no place else before. We can give you all kind of shit you ain't never heard before, but we prefer to keep trying to lead you to you, so that you can put in your work and do what you need to do for your goddamn self.
Agreed.
But if y'all just want to have some fuckery involved in it, then we can do that. Prefer not to, but hey, if it get the bills paid, since motherfuckers say you need money, this, that, or the other, if it get the bills paid, what difference do it make, right? Because money is all motherfuckers care about. Even though that ain't the true energy, because what they telling you is money ain't shit but debt. Sis, remember a while back when motherfuckers was on social media putting up, they got them credit scores and this, that, or the other, telling people
somebody else is doing
credit
that.
Score, this, that, or the other. Your credit score is just your credit score is just your ability to go in debt.
It sure is.
That's all it has to do with how. What they can give you that you don't have and charge you extra on. Majority of the time knowing that you can't pay that shit back.
Some girl was posting hers to get a date.
Mm-hmm. That's what they was doing.
Child, wait a minute. Whoa. Shit, y'all. Now, oh, damn. Child, I had to go off camera and scratch real quick. Baby, you say what now? Who did what?
A girl posted her credit score to get a date.
A lot of people was doing that. That's what they was basing your dateability on, your credit score.
She had 811.
Okay.
I'm like, man, she done. That means somebody can use you. But anyway. It was just today,
if desperation and low self-esteem had I wish the fuck I would. Because first of all, I don't like people counting my motherfucking pockets.
Right.
I don't like it part. And especially a man. Nigga, what? No, nigga, you lay your motherfucking assets on the table. Now you done turned me the fuck off. But, child, it is.
That's what they was doing for a while, though, sis. I mean, they was going hard.
She did it today.
At it. They had even had goddamn groups, social media groups, based on your goddamn credit score.
I'm like, blink, 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 blink.
And again, that's just your ability to go into debt.
Exactly.
I was raised where if you can't afford it, then you don't need it.
Yeah, I remember. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Yeah, my father taught me that if you didn't have it, you ain't need it. And I remember when we was coming up, What no goddamn getting credit from the store? You put shit on layaway. You went in there, you paid on that shit. Once it was paid off, then you got it.
And I'm gonna go back with Big Mama and them. Now y'all remember Big Mama hit the motherfucking envelopes? God damn it, that's how she saved money. Who y'all playing with? You hit the Christmas envelope, the grocery store envelope. If the mortgage
Bill
them wasn't
envelope.
paid up, right, the motherfucking bill envelope. That's real old school. And the time she did have you to go around to that corner store, you know, if she smoked squares, whatever the case, or if she chewed tobacco, whatever the case. Remember back in the day, Brother Sean, we could go buy cigarettes.
You just go with the note.
You go with the motherfucking note. Right, you go with the note, and she, okay, go, baby, go on to get my cigarettes, whatever the case may be, and she go in that motherfucking bra and pull out her shit. So yeah, you right. It wasn't about credit at all. It was you know, what you can afford is what you can afford. Now, let's be clear. This is my motto. If you're going to use the credit route, you're supposed to use it smartly. Credit cards are supposed to be, I'll use this example. Shit, now I'm scratching. I don't know why the hell I'm scratching. I don't know what's making me scratch. But the point being, credit cards. I don't hold credit cards unless I'm getting something out of it. Now for me, it's airline miles. I want my airline miles so I can upgrade or get a free trip, this, that, and the other. So I use said cards, because it's two. I'd be burning up for my credit card miles. But I don't put shit on there that I can't pay off like immediately. That's just the bottom line. So I'm using it like, quote, quote, cash. So I want to be clear. If you're going to use credit, you're supposed to be using it wisely. Okay? If you're going to navigate in the system that way, you are supposed to be navigating it in a way that's going to benefit you. We're supposed to be teaching our babies how to be financially savvy and to be self-sufficient. Because if you're riddled with debt, that's not self-sufficiency. That includes school debt. We're riddling these babies with school debt, coming out of school with worthless, useless ass degrees, and they're hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. That's unacceptable. We've taken on the mindset that I'll go out and I'll get, you know, this house that I really can't fucking afford, or that car that I really can't fucking afford, and you become a slave to those things. Now, don't get me wrong. Do you? I am not the type of person to say that you need to be on this planet suffering. If you want nice things, whatever, go for it. All I'm saying is be financially savvy about it. You're not supposed to be a slave to anything. It is supposed to benefit you.
But where do people think indentured servitude came from? indentured servants owing a motherfucker something.
Right.
And they had to
Right.
work that shit off and wound up stuck in those contracts and never able to get from up under them.
Absolutely.
So you got to know who you asking for shit from. If this is a prison planet, let's take prison for instance. You accept something from a motherfucker in prison, you got to pay him double back.
Ooh, child, that's a high-ass markup.
Yeah, I mean, but look at
But
all
they
the
getting their
interest
hustle
rate.
on. I mean, I ain't mad at them now. It is what it is.
I'm just saying that's the same thing that's going on out here. Motherfucker give you something, and it's interest tacked on to it and all type of other shit.
Yes, and that's if you don't pay it off. But if you pay it right off, you're not incurring that, right?
It depends. You have to read the contracts because some people penalize you for paying off early.
That too, absolutely. Agreed with that.
It's just the whole thing of knowing what contracts to enter into.
I agree
I know
with that.
people don't like to take the time to read the fine print and this, that, or the other. But if you're gonna do something, you have to take the time to do that. If you see with some of these other people, when they go to purchase stuff, this, that, or the other, they have lawyers involved, this, that, or the other. And the sales and whatnot usually take a while because they're doing all their due diligence to find out everything that they need to. They sit up and have a lawyer read and reread every goddamn letter in that contract.
Agreed.
And they make adjustments accordingly.
Agreed.
But we just sign and keep it moving.
Agreed.
That's not fiscal responsibility. But
I agree.
If we're going to talk about financial responsibility, which we know what the true currency is, and we definitely ain't been responsible with our goddamn energy.
Which is, the true currency, right.
Mm-hmm. So it's just that this shit is on many levels.
It is. It really is.
If people are still stuck in the root chakra of all these different levels, you got a long way to go. You're coming back. If you haven't learned to balance shit out, balance the shit out means rejecting shit too, not just accepting every goddamn thing. You got to learn to say no, and you got to learn how to stop, which is the most important thing. You got to stop the bullshit. We know it's bullshit. We keep saying it's bullshit. Every day it's being proven to us that it's bullshit. And we just keep lapping it up.
Yep. Indeed.
But I digress.
Indeed. Okay, so I'm gonna real quick shout out to Sis Rochelle. I saw something come across your email come across my phone, and I'm gonna go into that article you sent. But before I do, this is an uplifting story. So today I'm in a meeting early this morning. And a couple of the other people, they were in another meeting. So the normal larger team was in this meeting with us. And so it was just all melanated folks. And so two other sisters, they're Gen Xers like me. And then a youngin', he's in his 20s. I think he's like with my nephew. So that's what it was. She was one of the sisters was talking about her baby keep getting sick and she's not gonna be messing around. letting her baby go over her friend's house because that's where she's getting sick. So we got on the whole cod liver oil, Father John's. And so, because one of the other sisters said, you giving her cod liver oil? And we just fell out. And she's like, Rhonda, I know you from the South. I know you know that. And literally, y'all, I had my motherfucking, because it's early, my vitamins, I was just sitting it out, and I had just took the cod liver oil peel out and set it down to get ready to take it. And I just started busting up laughing. I'm like, wow, I'm just literally about to take this cod liver oil peel. I started back taking it like every day growing up. And then we all just started reminiscing. Yeah, you know, mama and them didn't play that. Remember what no pills? And you had to gag and thinking about it. Take it by the spoonful. It was actually oil and she kept it in the motherfucking refrigerator. So he was just reminiscing about that, you know, growing up in the South. Or just going back to visit the South like I did on summer breaks and spring vacation and all that jazz. So I don't know how we got on the subject. That's how we got on it. Because one lady was like, one of the sisters was like, yeah, because my people from Alabama, and she started talking about her grandmother. And she said, yeah, my grandmother was really ahead of her time. And she was just talking about all of the organizations her grandmother started, the positions that she held and how she was prominent in the community. And she was saying how wealthy they were. And she said, yeah, because we have the family cemetery. And, you know, all of us said at the same time, except the youngin'. You mean in the cemetery, the family graves in the church cemetery? And they was like, yeah. So we was all laughing and stuff. And she said, yeah, my grandmother's tomb, she was so prominent in the community that my grandmother's tomb was made in the shape of like a stained glass window. And it even has stained glass in it. Okay, and I'm like, whoa. So that was my opportunity to talk about genealogy. So I was like, yeah, you know, that's interesting. You know, because my great-grandparents had money. Okay, and I'm like, they literally lived in what they call today many mansions. Except, you know, back then, shit, grandma and them had like 11, 12 babies. I don't know how they do it. I don't give a damn if I was at home every day. Shout out to the ancestors, because, baby, my nerves is bad just thinking about it. 11 babies? But nonetheless, and so I was just sharing with them. I said, that's why it's important for us to talk to our elders, because she was saying that her granny lived to 90 something. I think she said like 92, this, that, and the other. And we were telling the 20-something-year-old, that's why it's important to spend time with your elders, talk to them, because they're going to give you that family history. Okay? And so I was sharing with them. I said, yeah, because my great uncle, which was really my grandmother's brother, had told us years ago, although my grandmother would always just say in passing, you know, we're Indian. So the great uncle told my father specifically, you know, where the family was, this, that, and the third, from an Indian perspective. Fast forward, and I was just sharing this with them. I said, I started doing my genealogy. I said, and it took me years. And, you know, I did find the Indian records. I said, but what threw me, I said, I found European records, but it was Black European. Now, I expected expected for them to be like, what you talking about? And I said that what I didn't find was any African in my ancestry. They did not fucking skip a beat. And they were like, no, that makes sense, Rhonda. And the sister that was sharing with us about her family being wealthy, she said, that makes a lot of sense, Rhonda, where all of that particular wealth came from. And I can pretty much see that European side of the equation. So I'm saying all of that to say, this stuff that you all have been doing with working on yourself, focusing on your family lineage, just by you being you and making things move for yourself, your consciousness, that energy is being sent out around the planet. I never, ever, 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 just 3 years ago, would have been able to have that conversation with melanated people. Now, surprisingly enough, melanated people outside of our circle, surprisingly enough, white folks, just in passing, they'll test me out to see what I know. And I'd be like, no, that's blah, 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 blah. And one of my coworkers was a military brat who they lived all over Europe. And when he threw something out there, and I was like, you mean the black folks in Europe? The expression on his face, he smiled. He was like, you know that? I said, oh, yeah, yes, sir. I'm familiar. But I could not have that conversation with black folks. Just 3 years ago, I never could have had those conversations with black folks just in passing. Because they would immediately came out the bag, oh, we African, you trying to deny your heritage. I was stunned that they were like, no, yeah, you're right. So they started asking me, well, how'd you do that? And we started discussing it. And the one lady said, yeah, I need to get to Alabama and get to them records. Wooda, 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 wooda. So what I am saying to you is 1%. That's all it takes. You ain't got to beg nobody. You ain't got to scream at nobody. You don't have to justify to nobody. Just do you. Just by your pure energy and at the frequency that you resonate. Those that are ready and they're sick of the bullshit, or they remembered the seeds that their ancestors told them, they're going to pick it up. So you don't have to be discouraged. It doesn't matter if everybody don't get it. Because guess what? Everybody ain't going to get it. It is an individual journey. But what I'm telling you is, by you doing you and living in truth and putting in the work by default, you're going to make an impact. You don't need a big ass group to do it. You don't need to march about it. Just keep sweeping around your doorstep. Keep creating the world you want to live in. You'll change it. Again, I'm interested in 1% shit. Not interested in the 99%. shit. If you are at that vibrational level that you are a creator and destroyer, ain't nothing else need to be said. But maybe hold my water, or let me pause and put this motherfucking scrunchie on to get it cracking. Just get to work. So I just wanted to share that with you all. I was just so happy. I'm like, wow, I never could have had this conversation 3 years ago. That's what's up. So great job to all of you all that, you know, that are in this circle. You're putting in the work. You're sweeping it around your doorstep. You're serious about you. You're serious about your family and your legacy. You're building. You're creating. You're letting go of shit that don't serve you. Keep doing it. You are making a difference. You don't have to save everybody. That's not your responsibility. That's not your job. Your job is to be responsible for the things you create. So shout out to all of y'all. All right. Okay, so let me go into this article. Shout out to Sis Rachel for bringing it up. Sending it to me. Let me just go to this real quick. And then we're going to get into the other stuff that I wanted to go over. Scientists detect signs of a hidden structure inside of Earth's core. And this is on Science Alert. This came out today. Okay, so I'm just seeing this, fam. So shout out to Sis Rachel. Thanks, sis. While most of us take the ground beneath our feet for granted, written within its complex layers like the pages of a book is Earth's history. Our history. And I'll say her story. But anyhow, research shows there are little known chapters in history deep within Earth's past. In fact, Earth's inner core appears to have another even more... Child, let me sip this water. Child. In fact, Earth's inner core appears to have another even more inner core within it. Okay, so remember what we said. When you hear them talk about Earth's core, they're talking about what? No. Panel. Shit, and I'm not sharing, y'all. I'm trying to get into the habit of sharing. Oh, shit, why y'all? Damn, y'all, I'm sorry. Shit. Y'all muted. Okay, y'all could come off for mute, but I'll stop the Jeopardy thingy. When
what did you say?
I said when they say talk about the Earth's core, and since known you be on
black sun.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
they're saying while most of us take the ground beneath our feet for granted, written within its complex layers like pages of this, researchers show there are little known chapters in Earth's history. The Earth's inner core appears to have another even more inner core within it. So this is NASA's depiction. And we know this is not accurate. But even they're like showing you a sun. This shit is just a joke how they be fucking playing.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just keep going. Traditionally, we've been taught the Earth has 4 main layers: the crust, the mantle, the outer core, and the inner core. Australian National University geophysicist Joanne Stevenson explained in 2021, our knowledge of what lies beneath Earth's crust has been inferred mostly from what volcanoes have divulged and what seismic waves have whispered. From these indirect observations, scientists have calculated that the scorching hot inner core with temperature surpassing 5,000 degrees makes up
Yeah,
of
okay.
only 1% of Earth's total volume. But a few years ago, Stevenson and colleagues found evidence Earth's inner core may actually have two distinct layers. It's very exciting and might mean we have to rewrite the textbooks. Vibes, we need to go on and teach them. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I'm just wondering who wrote the textbooks in the first place.
Right.
If they have to rewrite it, that means they rediscovered something or discovered something.
Right.
You know? So who wrote it in the first place? Somebody wanted to deceive anyway.
The term used a search algorithm to trawl through and match thousands of models of the inner core with observed data across many decades about how long seismic waves take to travel through Earth. So when they say seismic waves, I think frequency. Seismic waves take to travel through Earth, gathered by the International Seismological Center. Okay, so this is they little model. Okay, I still think of an electromagnetic coil. Okay, but we're gonna keep going. Shout out to Vibes of Cosmos. So what's down there? The team looked at some models of the inner core's anisotropy. Forgive me if I'm butchering it. How differences in the makeup of its material alters the properties of seismic waves, and found some more likely than others. While some models suggest the material of the inner core channels seismic waves faster parallel to the equator, others indicate the mix of materials allows for faster waves more parallel to Earth's rotational axis. So now again.
Interesting.
We're going back to Vibes of Cosmos work and the electromagnetic coil and how it rotates. Okay. That's what's really rotating.
The coil itself.
The coil itself, what they're calling the core, and how the energy from that, the magnetic energy, is also rotating what we see in the sky. That's why, with precision, we can track what they're calling stars millions of miles away. And it's really just a reflection of the energy points on Earth, and specifically also and including, we just saw the crystals and also the energy points, which are you. Shout out to Bobby Hemmett. He said years ago that you are the stars. That's as above, so below. Okay? That's why in the book of Enoch, when he talks about seeing the face of God, seeing the sun, seeing the gates of heaven, he was describing being high enough up in the atmosphere where he was able to look down and see the technology of this black sun. And I don't even think it was that. I just think that story was allegory, because that was in the book of Enoch, to kind of describe the technology of the black sun. But those gates that Enoch was describing, and he was describing the precession of the equinox of the sun rotation and the moon's rotation, and he talked about the gates. He was describing the actual movement of this electromagnetic coil. All right.
You know what this reminds me of? When you go to the beach, well, I was raised in Venice, and they had the Ferris wheels and all that kind of stuff, all those games and things. There was one that was like a centrifuge.
I hated that damn thing that you stuck up against the wall.
Yeah. And
I wanted to vomit. Yeah.
The faster they turned, the more you were stuck.
Yes.
And you couldn't move. And this is what that reminds me of, because it turns and it holds on to the earth and keeps the earth centered where it can keep turning on it. And so that's what this kind of, science that they have come up with is what I think of when you say these things. And so we're all stuck against their walls, or the planet is stuck to them because they rotate real fast to keep it stuck. That's what I've been thinking about every time you say it. I don't know if I have the right understanding of it, but it turns.
Yeah, I hated that damn ride. Hopefully they got rid of that shit. But
they probably should close them down.
Yeah, they needed to. I would get off that mug and you'd be dizzy and be wanting to vomit. But I mean, when you young, that's just like getting on roller coasters. Ain't no way my old ass would get on no roller coaster. You'll never have me fucking passing out, having a migraine. All of that shit.
But I think this is the same science.
That's about all.
I think this is the same science,
A little bit different because we can follow the movement of the electromagnetic coil by the movement in the sky. So the constellations, to be specific, the constellations and the movement of the sun and the moon. So it doesn't spin as fast as that motherfucking carnival ride.
No, it won't. It won't. That was too fast. Yeah.
Yeah, but I get your point, though. I get your point. But yeah, so that's what Enoch was describing, fam. It was allegory for describing the technology of this electromagnetic sun. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Oh, well, I was just, the refraction is based on the coils, right? The moon and the stars. So once it turns a certain turn, then you can see the sun at one spot and the moon in another spot. So it's a refractory thing of it. The light is kicking off of it or something. So that's how come you see the moon and the stars and the sun. So it may be the same concept.
It's still a little different, though.
Yeah.
Still different. But I get your point. Yeah. Okay. All right. So again, how we are calculating time, it's based on the spin of this electromagnetic coil, i.e. the black sun. This is all what sun worship is about. Okay. Sun worship, I know they call it paganism. But it's really about technology. It's a form of technology. Now, the ancient ancestors understood that. Okay. They understood this science. All right. Okay, so how does it even? Okay, I'll do this. While some models suggest the material of the inner core channels seismic waves faster parallel to the equator, others indicate the mix of materials allow for faster waves more parallel to Earth's rotational axis. Even then, there are arguments about the exact degree of differences at certain angles. I just find this just really, really hilarious because those that they are calling conspiracy theorists and even shit in the Book of Enoch seem to be able to calculate this stuff to precision, and the Mayans were able to calculate this shit to precision, but yet everybody else is dumb. We're dumb, but yet they have to keep coming out updating their information. But we the dumb ones though. But they have to keep coming up updating their information, because the information that they're putting out is really theories. But yet they teach it in the universities, and they teaching your babies that it's facts.
That's correct.
When it's really theories. That's why it's your responsibility to educate your babies. And even if you got to put them in their school system, because you know you got to use your energy to live on this planet, which is why you need to be on your God and Goddess 1% shit and change all of this shit. But nonetheless, if you got to put your babies in these school systems, you need to be very much involved in what they are learning, and you need to be teaching them supplemental material. This is why we literally have a generation now that has no fucking critical thinking skills.
Common sense.
And that too, common sense.
Well, that's critical.
Yeah, you could say common sense is critical thinking. I would agree with that, nephew. So again, you are responsible for educating your babies. If you have to put them in the schools, it is still your responsibility to not only monitor what they are learning, but to give them supplemental materials as well.
Decipher the life for them.
Exactly. Because even with me, my particular parents, the way I grew up, they didn't motherfucking play that. You understand me? They weren't the most educated, but you was going to do that school work. As a matter of fact, you fenced in to do additional.
Yeah, you weren't going to be no one's fool.
My mama was so hardcore with it, baby. You didn't just get to kick it on the summer school break. No, baby, here go these workbooks.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna do some work up in these workbooks, and you gonna read at least 2 books. You gonna read at least 2 books. Write up a motherfucking book report.
Yeah.
I ain't had no internet, Google, none of that.
On,
you
Mom.
gonna go to the library, in my country ass, library.
Summer vacation, Mom.
Go through them dust ass cards and do the necessary research. You're gonna write that paper, and guess what? You're going to read that book report / paper in front of the family. And it better flow, and it better make sense.
Because you know you're going to get beat.
And it wasn't even about beat. We didn't get beat. The only time you got your hands spanked when you was sitting up there playing with mama's motherfucking emotions.
Well, yeah, I got you.
Okay. If you didn't know, you didn't know. And it was, no, that don't make sense. You're going to have to go back and do that and come back in a couple days or whatever this particular deadline was and represent that shit.
That's some hard love.
No, it was good. But you know, the flip side of it made me love learning at a young age. It literally made me learning at a young age. It made me love reading. That's what it did. Because it wasn't a punishment. That's just what the hell we needed. How my mama said we was going to roll. And that's how we rolled.
Strict.
All my other friends was like, damn, y'all still got to do homework over the summer. And it wasn't like it was all day.
No, but it's
you do what you're
fact.
supposed to do. And then, you could go outside, play this, that, and the third. It wasn't like it was a full class schedule. But it gave me the love for learning. And it definitely gave me the love for reading.
Right. Good job.
And that's why we would go to school and we were like ahead of the class in the reading and in the math and in the spelling. They didn't fucking play that. It is our responsibility to teach our babies. They're not teaching logic and critical thinking in these schools. It's your responsibility. And if that's something that you're struggling with, because it's adults that struggle with it. And see, these are conversations we don't want to have in the Black community.
No, it's embarrassing.
Literacy. If you're struggling with that as an adult, then you can't teach your babies. That means you got work to do.
Well, that's why they give them up to the school system, because they can't.
Exactly. And that's not acceptable. It's just not. Now, of course, when we got to high school, my mom's like, I ain't fucking with y'all with that math. Now, you're going to have to get your shit together. That algebra and that geometry and that trigonometry.
Well, she knew her limit. She knew her limit.
Yeah, that's where I get off the bus. And you bet not come up in here flunking. You understand me? But the point being, the foundation was laid.
Yeah, the effort was given.
Exactly. This is why we have a generation of adults that can't critically think, logically think. And I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to keep it all the way real motherfucking funky with you. I have seen, and this is the social media realm, full ass adults be in their 40s and 50s.
Speak on it.
No type of logic.
Critical thought, yeah.
No critical thinking. And their conversation, I was, you know how grandma knows, some grandma, you know, if your grandma wasn't real religious. I swear for God, 40, 50, 40 plus year olds, I would think I'm talking to a motherfucking 20-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And my edges, if I've so happened to lay them down with jail that day, start to raise the fuck back up. Because I cannot believe that you've been on this realm 40 plus
you still asking questions.
years, and your conversation is that of a 20-year-old. If you don't have critical thinking skills, if your conversation is 20, what these 20-something-year-olds are talking, how the fuck do I expect them 20-something-year-olds to be able to grow into critical thinkers and critical leaders. And what I am seeing are a bunch of people that are running around claiming they're leaders, and I see not an ounce of leadership skills, ability, and I'm going to keep it all the way to fuck funky, even potential.
That's 100.
It's not acceptable. So why folks running around here talking about what somebody wearing on their head, what they wearing on their body, what type of body parts size your shit is, who's screwing who, what celebrity doing what?
Gossip.
But yet we have a lot. We really have a lot of 40 plus something years old that can't even hold a fucking decent conversation. And I know I MF and SB. I got a potty mouth, this, that, and the third. I own that. I'm okay with all of that. But I'm going to tell you something. By no means that has a damn thing to do with intellect.
Correct.
If you want to rise up out of your conditions, you have to do the work.
Spiritually.
And I'm not saying you got to sit up here and be, this scientific scholar. And y'all know how I say, him. That's not what I'm saying at all. But come on now, the bar is in the gutter, it's in the sewer, and it's not acceptable.
Well, Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
Look at the how we communicate to each other. So I considered myself young at one point, but I realized that I'm old because there's lingo that these youngins are speaking that I don't even understand.
Child, I don't know. I'd be like, baby, who?
Right. And I'm realizing that the ability for us to communicate in express ourselves, to be able to speak with words that have real meaning is gone.
Right.
Like we'll say, oh, that's whack. Yet still, you go in the dictionary and it has a negative connotation. Yet so we're using that in a positive format. So it's like if we know words are spells and they manifest things. Right now, we have this generation is using the inverse to express themselves. So when things are happy and joyful, they're saying it's whack and it's bad. That's fat when it's really skinny, or so it's
right,
exactly
right.
Like they're speaking the inverse, and you're trying to say, okay, how are we having an intelligent conversation? But you can't with someone that's speaking the opposite of what they should be saying. You understand where I'm coming from? Okay.
I absolutely, yes, sir, I do. Yes, sir, I do. Now let's continue. The study here didn't show much variation with depth in the inner core, but it did find there was a change in the slow direction to a 54-degree angle with the faster direction of waves running parallel to the axle. We found evidence that may indicate a change in the structure of iron, which suggests perhaps two separate cooling events in Earth's history. The details of this big event are still a bit of a mystery, but we've added another piece of the puzzle when it comes to our knowledge of the Earth's inner core. These new findings may explain why some experimental evidence has been inconsistent with our current models of Earth's structure. The presence of an innermost layer has been suspected before, with hints that the iron crystals that compose the inner core have different structural alignments. We are limited by the. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
I like how they dropped that word crystal in there. They
I know, right?
Spoken that before.
Right.
Crystal.
Right. Although the movie,
I was just
the core showed you the crystals.
The iron core, they said. The iron core. Oh my God, iron core.
Mhm.
And magnet, was it magnum? The magnum part of it, the magnum rocks and stuff.
Mhm.
The magnum, from a volcano. That
Yeah, the magma.
the magnum,
The magma,
Thank you. There it is, magma. So that may be crystal too, huh?
Or melted crystal.
Melted
Well,
crystal.
okay, so let's bet. That's a good question. That's a good question. What are volcanoes made of? This is a
Magma.
Jeopardy moment. Doo-doo,
Molten lava.
doo-doo. This is grad
Magma.
school. Doo-doo.
Oh, the core too.
What are volcanoes made of?
I'm gonna have to pass on that one.
Okay.
Rock, I know.
Okay,
Make it
so
rock.
want y'all to go
Industrial
check out.
waste.
Thank you, Brother Sean.
What was that,
Do,
Brother
do,
Sean
do,
said?
do, do, do.
What did he say?
Finish it up.
And industrial waste.
waste.
Oh yeah, because it
Industrial.
was. Yeah, I remember us having that conversation.
Okay. So again, where we're getting this information from,
Industrial waste. Huh?
shout out to Vibes of Cosmo, but there's also what started this journey with us that woke me all the way up of what the planet used to look like was a YouTube drop. It came from a Russian cat. What is it? What's the name of it, Sean? There are no forests.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
There are no forests. Go check out that. Yeah, go check out that YouTube drop. And it talks about the ancient trees. Talks about
bushes.
how the silica, because those ancient trees are made of silica. Once
Sand.
they were cut, the ancient trees, the remnants or the sawdust from those ancient trees are the sand that you see today. If you don't believe me, go look up what sand is made of,
Okay.
and it's made up of silica. Okay. All right.
And when you
Shit,
melt, when you melt that, it turns into glass, and like I said, quartz is partially glass. So,
well, yeah, that would make sense because if the tree roots are the crystals,
right,
and aren't the tree is attached to the crystal, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the
So,
attachment. Yeah.
That sawdust would be
yeah.
the sand, which would still have the remnants of that. If you melt it down, it would
Tree.
have that glass-like structure.
Exactly. Exactly.
It says.
Yes, sir.
But the parrotfish, it eats coral and it shits out sand. Some of that sand is actually waste from fish.
Oh, well, damn. That's interesting. Oh, we was on the volcanoes. Shit, y'all I be getting distracted. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Yep, and people be playing all in the sand and everything. You just don't know that sometimes you playing in fish shit.
Well, shit, it is what it is. If you swimming in the ocean, you swimming in
Right.
fish dookie, so
Piss and everything else.
it's
Red
all
rum,
relative.
everything. Mhm.
It's all relative. But volcanoes, that's what we were on. Shit, y'all, I
Yeah.
apologize. So volcanoes are, when Brother Sean said industrial waste, as they were cutting down the trees,
yeah,
as
that's
they
right.
were excavating
Mhm.
the minerals up out the ground, it's like a quarry. It's the waste pile, the remnants of the excavations that were done on the planet. They pile that shit up, and then the chemicals mix together in the quote volcanoes they heat up every now and then and explode.
The waste of material reacts.
The waste material, exactly. The reaction.
It creates the heat. That heat then starts to do a whole bunch of nastiness, which we then know as a volcano.
Exactly. So that's what volcanoes are.
We have to think about the role that earthquakes play in that too, because they get to agitating and mixing that shit up.
That's a great point.
And I think they know that as well. Yeah, because you notice that a lot of times when these earthquakes go off, when these volcanoes go off, there was some type of seismic activity.
Yeah, that's right. And the magma and everything gets together.
Now that's interesting. DJ ZPE, shout out to DJ ZPE, said coral is created with human bones and silica.
That's so cute.
A lot of bones.
That's why they pink and blue.
Now you know I'ma just scratch a little bit extra. That's interesting.
Yeah. Everything dead ends up in the bottom of the sea.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, there's a lot of death on this plane and life on top of death and so forth and so on. Like after every reset, motherfuckers keep building on top of shit.
Keep building on top. Now that's facts.
So we really have no idea what's underneath us.
That's facts. That's why them sinkholes be happening and open up and you be like, what? A whole nother city up there? So Atlanta, if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, you walk past the old Atlanta city. If you downtown in the motherfucking underground, that's Atlanta's old city.
2 miners
y'all
just
that's been to the underground, when you see them paved roads, they even got the train tracks in the motherfuckers and everything. That's the old original city, and they just built on top of that. And Atlanta is known for having sinkholes, y'all. It stayed having sinkholes.
I think 2 Portugal's miners just fell into a sinkhole. They were in a mine, and the bottom fell out from under them. I think it was Portugal.
It doesn't surprise me because they keep rebuilding on top of stuff. Even some of those old building structures that they didn't destroy. If you've ever seen them have to excavate stuff, you will see that particular building goes further down than what you thought from the surface of the street. So shout out to the mud fluff community for revealing that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We also have to look at this water displacement as far as for some of these sinkholes, because Mama is doing something with the water. They ain't drying this water up. Water is being shifted and moved. I don't know if she flooding the underground stuff, but with the water moving to different places, it's removing sand and everything. You know, this whole thing's up. And once it's a hole up under there, everything up top just gonna fall into it.
I heard there was 2 oceans.
It's more than 2 oceans. I mean, we just going by what we can see on the surface.
Agreed.
They actually count the Marianas Trench as a different part of the ocean because it goes down so deep.
Oh, they had something about a deep blue too. They were down in it.
I mean, y'all should know that this shit is being built on top of one another, because we do realize that the fiber optic cables, y'all do know that shit is built up under the ocean, right?
Right.
No, you mean no? So it's the internet. Your call it your wireless communication system is not really wireless.
Right, but aren't they encased in fiber optic unless they've upgraded? Yeah.
Correct.
So I'm not talking, y'all, that they went up under the water and just laid the shit on on the sand. I'm talking up under the sand at the bottom of the ocean. Y'all do realize that, right?
Well, I thought
Take
it was a
New
little bit
York,
both,
for
but
example. And my New Yorkers, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. But don't some of them subways, I'm not sure about the tunnels, but don't some of them tunnel subways run up underneath the ocean, or if not up underneath, right
Really?
at the ocean level?
I'm not from New York. I was in a subway. It was underground.
Yeah. Yeah. So those of us up north, if you grew up in New York, Chicago, the subways, go Google some pictures and you see how they build those subways. That should be running parallel to the ocean, or in some cases up under.
Well, they got those machines that will dig and make cages. I mean, not cages, caves.
Right.
And
So
underground stuff, like in Colorado.
So if they did that back in the 1900s, thanks, Sis Nonya, that's the same exact equipment, fam, that they used to tear down those ancient trees and excavate those trees. Matter of fact, it was a little bit bigger. Yes, sir.
Also, I want to add that's the same technology they use to connect the different worlds to and fro. How did they get into our system? If there's a dome, it was through one of those tunnels. They didn't come in.
They probably have to do that, yeah.
We're gonna go over that in this series.
Yeah, I got some for that.
We're gonna go over that in this series. I agree with you, but we're gonna take it a little bit further than that. Because I literally just thought about that a couple weeks ago. We're gonna go into that. All right, so we almost done with this shit. Y'all know how we get. So they up there talking about this a mystery, this, that, and the third. These new findings may explain why some experimental evidence has been inconsistent with our current Earth's models of Earth's structure. We talked about the iron crystals. We are limited by the distribution of global earthquakes and receivers, especially at polar antipodes. Explaining the missing data decrease the certainty of their conclusion. But their conclusions aligned with other studies on the anisotropy of the innermost inner core. Future research may fill in some of the data gaps and allow scientists to corroborate or contradict their their findings. Corroborate. Thank you. Corroborate. I was thinking about collaborate. That's what my brain was thinking about. Or contradict their findings, and hopefully translate more stories written within this early layer of Earth's history. So shout out to Sis Rachel for sending me this follow-up. Thanks, Nisi Poo. The Holland Tunnel goes under the Hudson River in New York. I couldn't remember which tunnel it was, and I've actually been through the Holland Tunnel a couple times, and I feel my motherfucking ears pop when we was driving through there. So that makes sense. I didn't want to quote it wrong. Yes, sir.
In Toronto, Ontario, there's a tunnel that leads to the airport on an island. And they, instead of having a ferry that used to take people across the ferry to the island airport, they now drilled a tunnel under Lake Ontario so that you can drive under the lake to the airport.
Okay, so they have an underground tunnel that goes under a lake also.
Yeah, Lake Ontario.
So my thing is about this whole thing. We the conspiracy theorists, according and allegedly to them. And we done went through this whole article and they stammering and stammering, but yet we broke down in more simplistic terms of what the planet's true makeup is. This is why it's important for you to be involved in what your babies are being taught. Okay. All right. So thanks, sis, for that particular information. So let me get back to what I want to go over. Let's get it cracking. All right. So that was all my updates. Yeah, I think we caught up on our updates. Okay, so let's get back to the regular lecture. Okay, am I missing something? Feels like I'm missing something. Maybe not. Ooh, let me go back because I don't want y'all to see that slide yet because we ain't ready yet. That's a future show. Okay, let me, hold on, fam. Let me redisplay this and we're going to get into the actual lecture. Okay, and let me, display on Zoom because I'm trying to record. Where the hell is it? Okay, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so, to my hosts, you all are going to have to, unmute yourself to put something on it. Because I'm back to displaying via Zoom. Okay, just for a real high-level recap. All right, if y'all want more details, if this is your first time on this particular series, you got to go back to the earlier shows. So we started out with the universal laws. We talked about one of the laws, karma. We talked about another one, polarity. We went into what binary code is and how you could take any number, any word, and break it down into binary code. And this is the crust of this universe being a intelligent design, i.e. a matrix. Okay. We went over numerology. How any of the alphabet, it doesn't matter what type of, it's either symbols. Okay, if you go into cuneiform, Sanskrit, Hebrew, Arabic, doesn't matter. It's either numbers or the way that things are being measured or counted can either be done by symbols or by actual what we're calling letters and words or alphabets, which can be translated into numbers. And those numbers when you have a set of numbers, can be translated into the binary code. Okay. All right. So just giving you all a high level, and we kind of tied all of the numerology and stuff to your energy centers, which are your chakras. Okay. We gave you some of the master numbers that move the universe. Okay, 11 creation, double creation, 22, 33 higher consciousness. And although 13 isn't a master number, I should have put that on here, but 13 represents the hidden. Okay, we went over that. We talked about the flower of life and how it's tied to the Kabbalah. All right, and how everything within the universe has the design of the flower of life, okay, even down to conception. Okay, we talked about that as well. Okay, and we talked about, because that's just tying that flower of life to Kabbalah, and how the system of Kabbalah really is playing on the intelligent design / metaphysics of the flower of life. Okay. We went into the Baphomet, what it really means, and how this picture that is so famous now, and people saying it's worshiping Satanism. Now, don't get me wrong. Some people definitely use it to worship Satanism. There is actually a church of Satan. But what I am telling you, this depiction is really breaking down from an allegory standpoint, not only sacred movements within this universe, but also tying that to you as a divine being as well. And we literally gave you the comparison of the pentagram to this Baphomet term. We showed you in this Baphomet where the as above, so below, what that represents, how at the top of the Baphomet's head, that represents your crown chakra. That's why they're showing it as a lotus, and how in the middle of his forehead, the pentagram is represented by the third eye. Okay. And so in other words, you hit that third eye, and then the gateway to your third eye, your pineal gland, gets you to your crown chakra, and your crown chakra gets you to limitless. All right. We also told you that this Baphomet represents duality. That's the as above, so below. That's why you see the day and the night. That's why you see this goat that looks like a man, but he has breasts representing the masculine and the feminine. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, sis. You hear something?
You know, I was watching Matched, and it's Hindu, and they had Sheik and other cultures. Do you know they follow this stuff to the T?
Who?
They follow
Child,
the Hindu.
who?
The Hindu.
Oh yeah,
And
that doesn't surprise me.
and the Sheik and the Indian.
Yeah.
And they follow this because they match their girls, their daughters, to the same astrological numbers or sign. They won't deviate.
That's tight. Well, you know, over in India, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I forgot what it used to be called, y'all. I know y'all
Hindustan.
know what I'm talking- Thank you, Hindustan. Yeah. They still, as you said, sis, match their children to be married.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to put it like this. And it's hard to say that because with y'all, I think y'all will get it. Okay? Because I'm not trying to uphold any type of abuse, forcing people into a servitude role, an abusive role, taking away young girls' innocence by marriage. Not talking about that at all. So don't get me wrong, okay? But here's what I'm saying. It was supposed to be not only lining up, well, the most important thing is lining up marriages by energies and quote, quote, what they're calling astrological charts or birth charts, which is really just energy, and looking at, you know, the quote, quote, age and the positions of those energy centers. So the astrology points and the suns and the moons and the houses and all of that jazz. It's still, all of that is still based on energy and matching up that couple to make sure they're in synergy with each other. But it was also mating up and marrying up your children with different families. It was also strategic and political.
Yeah.
Now, don't think that India was the only one doing that. They're just the only one still practicing it.
Right.
Okay? Because we did it over here too.
We did it differently.
People still doing it over here.
Yeah.
And they just don't realize it.
Well, explain a little bit more, Brother Sean.
Marriage as we know it today is a contract between you, your significant other, and the particular state of that you're in. That's why they can tell people what they can and can't do, decide to split up whoever or whatever ends. I'm just sure that back in the day, we had a whole different way about going about things. We didn't go ask for somebody's permission to do this, that, or the other. And now it's considered a business. Just like how they talk about with the birth certificates and marriage certificates that they're on bond paper. So is a marriage certificate. It's on bond paper.
Right.
Got a number, code, and privileges associated with it. Business privileges. That's why if y'all file together, this, that, or the other, you may get a certain break on your taxes, etc., etc. It's business. That's why you got to pay for a license. Since when do you need a license to be with someone you claim to love?
Permission.
Exactly.
I agree with all of that. I agree that
That's
is definitely. Thank you, sis. Damn, you heard me. You heard me from the ethers. Yeah, because that's serving the role of the family.
The second.
Because it wasn't like that back in the day. You could not just roll up and just be with somebody's daughter. Nigga, who the fuck is you, first of all? I gotta know who your people are. Wait a minute, ain't your daddy the one that be drunk and be beating the shit out of? No, nigga, get your ass around from round my doorstep. If you think you finna come around here and try to court my daughter, didn't you get that gal over there pregnant and you left her over there to struggle? What the fuck you doing round my doorstep?
Well, Auntie, that's where it came from, where we would have to go to the father of the daughter and ask his approval to marry.
And you had to have your shit together.
Correct. That was the check. If we didn't have our shit together, we would have got checked in. Say, nah, you can't marry my daughter.
No, but that was the rule back in the day. The parents had to know who the fuck you were.
Exactly.
Exactly. If you wanted to date a woman or take her out on a date, start seeing her or whatever, you go meet the parents first.
Correct.
And you ask for permission.
Present yourself, show them who you are. Yeah.
I mean, that's why back in the day, families got retribution. You done something to somebody, child, the whole family.
Baby, you gonna get got. Exactly.
Why? Because the family knew who the fuck you was and knew what the fuck
they didn't play that. You better believe it.
Nowadays, children try to keep everything a goddamn secret from their parents. You don't know who the fuck their friends are, where they at, who they around.
Exactly.
What's going on. None of that shit. They keep everything a motherfucking secret.
That is so true.
As a parent, you sitting here looking stupid as fuck, especially parents with something that happened to their child. People asking, well, where was your child at? Why you didn't know where your child was? This, that, other. People always asking where the parents are and don't realize that these children nowadays, that's of a certain age, don't give a fuck about nothing. The streets know more about them than their family. They look at the streets as their motherfucking family. They go out in the streets. They go out in the streets and talk about their family like their family the worst goddamn family in the world. Your dumbass so-called friends, instead of them pulling your coattail and trying to straighten you out, they sit up and go along with that dumb shit. Yeah, fuck that. You ain't got to listen to them. Let's go get high. Let's go get a bottle.
Yeah, your mama.
A bottle.
Yeah, that's the only motherfucking thing they do. Sit up and goddamn trauma bond and lie.
Trauma
bond.
Yeah.
And then some of these
Misery loves
children,
company, right?
some of these children be actually jealous of what you got. People see that you got both parents in the home, or
happy.
Both of your parents are looking out for you. You living rent free, all this, that, and the other, and they had the nerves to go out and motherfucking complain, and your friends looking at you like you dumb motherfucker. Yeah. You just don't know how good you got it. But that's why I keep you around, because you get money and stuff from your parents, then you come over here complaining. You buy the drink, you buy the smoke, you take us
we
everywhere.
Gonna smoke and
we just
drink
using
on your parents' dime. Exactly.
And we're going to agree with that they're a piece of shit.
Right. And trauma bond with your ass, because that's all they doing.
I agree. It's interesting. Now, this was back in the 90s. This is so funny, because why my baby sis called me out, you in the 90s. I'm like, God damn it, let me be great. Shit. The 90s was my shit. Shit. Let me be great. And she had to start laughing herself. I'm like, you was trying to be like me in the 90s. So go on somewhere with getting on me in the 90s. Shit. So anyhow, back in the 90s, this particular guy, his family had money. Okay. My play ghetto ass cousin, because my play ghetto cousin, they felt that like my family had money because of just what you described, Brother Sean, a 2-parent family, middle class, this, that, and the third, this, that. Okay. But we was money like this particular gentleman. So anyhow, we were both in college. And I was home on the break. I so happened to come visit my dad and my sister here. And long story short, my play cousin was on the street side. Okay. So the college dude, now when I tell you they came from money, okay? While we was all getting ready to go somewhere, and the rich child, the melanated people, why he come rolling up to my play cousin talking about some buying a package, all right? So now y'all, youngins, I had to correct my auntie on this. Because, package means something different today. I'm not talking about no motherfucking venereal disease or the shit that put you up. That's what it means, sis. We had to stop my auntie.
God.
She's like, how the fuck such-and-so get a package? Such-and-so ain't the streets. We like, auntie, package don't mean that no more. We told her what it meant. She was like, oh, hell no. Y'all let me walk around here talking about the package. We was like, well, shoot, we didn't know you was around here talking about some package. Yeah, that means that H to the I to the V.
Damn,
okay, that's the upgrade of what the package.
That's what I'm saying. I'm old now, guys.
That's what, and that could have been like my sister and them that came up with that package. Like, such and so them got the package. But back in the day, them 80 hustlers, the package meant that D to the O to the P to the E. So anyhow,
that's what I know.
Okay, sis. So it meant that back then too.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what we got. Exactly.
okay. Well, yeah, child, they didn't upgraded it. So don't be running around talking about you got the package, because they gonna be looking at you sideways like you sitting up here. You done burnt your wife with the H to the I to the V. So yeah, don't be saying that. Upgrade your terminology. But he came to my cousin who was in the streets talking about getting a package. And I was just about to step my foot in the car. And when I overheard that nigga say that, now he didn't just jumped out of his car. I think he had a BMW back then. Okay, 19. Parents bought him a BMW. He in my cousin's face that's in the streets talking about buying a motherfucking package. And up there talking about, yeah, because I could take it, you know, and take it to school and get that shit off in the project. I was so fucking disgusted. I just stood there and looked at him. And so my cousin was like, all right, man. Yeah, I get up with you. So he went on about his business. I gets in the car because I had to stand out there and be nosy. Plus, I want to look at him and let him feel my energy like you a fucking fool. So anyway, we gets in the car, and my street cousin was like, yeah, I'm going to sell that nigga a package, and I'm going to lace it with baking soda, this, that, and the third. His dumb ass ain't going to know the different.
Exactly.
So I cussed his motherfucking ass out and was like, you know, you fucking wrong. You know that man is not streets. I know he dumb as fuck. Like that. I know he dumb as fuck, and you can take him like that for that little change, this, that, and the third. I know he's trying to be something he's not. I'm like, but don't do that.
Gotta learn, man. You gotta learn.
Don't do that. And that's what he was like. I don't give a fuck. He want to act like he from the streets, and he's sitting up here. He got all this wealth, and you want to be out here hustling. What the fuck you out here trying to hustle for? You just jumped out of a BMW that your parents bought you when you he was going in. So I don't know if he sold him that baking soda, this, that, and the third. But well taken.
The third party may be real dangerous. They figured out they got burnt, you see. So that would be a problem.
Shit, he didn't care. That didn't have nothing to do with him, because what was he going to do? He wasn't going to come back with no heat.
Amen.
So, yes, children can stir away from what their family taught them. But here's the fucked up part about it. What type of culture have we built where you get more credibility from the streets than you do from just walking your life and trying your best to do the right thing?
Called cloud chasing, Auntie. That's what we got.
That's sick.
It's trying to slum. That's what I used to call it.
That's sick, because back in the day, now, Brother Sean, you can back me up on this, is Sandra. The hustlers and the players, they knew how to separate street from family.
Right.
Yeah, they did. They didn't bring us stuff in.
The hustlers and the players from back in the day, if they knew you was a kid, they called it getting off the porch. Nigga, get the fuck from around here. You ain't off the porch. You know your mama don't play that. What has happened to the culture that nobody says anymore? This ain't where it's at, young blood. Yeah, I know I'm out here. I'm wronged in the motherfucker. Don't get me wrong. I'm wrong. but this is not the life for you. My life is my life. This ain't your life. What does that say about the Black community where you have a group of grown-ass men calling Russell Wilson a motherfucking simp because he takes care of his family, and Future, they got all them chillins. He the real one, but Russell's not. What does that say about said culture?
You have to look at the fact of what's presented. What get the most views, likes, this, that, or the other.
Exactly.
If people stop watching all of this bullshit, if motherfuckers knew that doing dirt wasn't gonna get you 15 minutes of fame, motherfuckers wouldn't be doing it. If we put more energy into the children that are doing right and focus on the positive things that are happening instead of always spotlighting the negative shit, motherfuckers wouldn't be doing it.
I want
because back in the day, there was a certain amount of shame associated with certain shit.
Certain things.
But
exactly.
Like the pimps and the hustlers back in the day, if they knew that you were smart, athletic or something, or had a chance to do something, you wasn't gonna be out on the streets.
Absolutely.
They wasn't about to let you do a motherfucking thing.
Purred.
And they told everybody else in the streets, leave that one alone.
That is correct.
Fuck with him, you done for.
Yeah.
Leave him alone. And they would even give money to help out.
That is absolutely correct.
But nowadays, it ain't too many of these motherfuckers you could tell shit. These motherfuckers disrespect the OGs, because I know a lot of OGs who be trying to tell these little motherfuckers something. These little motherfuckers up in pipes on the OGs. They got a whole different code that they going by. The shit is just fucked up. I mean, let's just take, for instance, this goddamn Kia and a Hyundai challenge. Well, all these little motherfuckers running around stealing people Kias and Hyundais and this, that, other, because a motherfucker showed them how to steal it online. And these
on
little
the
motherfuckers know that. These little motherfuckers know that they ain't going to jail because a motherfucker ain't going to jail.
Somebody mute up. You
and
got double stuff going on.
And these Democrats, as far as for trying not to imprison people, saying that this, that, or the other ain't a goddamn crime in California, wherever, or DC, they was trying to say that carjacking ain't a crime. They was trying to reduce that.
What?
I mean, it's just...
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Mm-hmm.
These motherfuckers doing all type of shit, but the thing is, as gods and goddesses, we keep saying that we don't follow nothing but natural law. And then when man removes his law,
you don't know how to conduct yourself. Exactly. So that means you have no type of discipline, and sadly enough, you haven't evolved.
No. Heathen. I used to call them heathens.
Heathen I call it and degeneracy.
Degenerate, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how the quote culture has been devolving, not evolving. All right. Shit, Joe, it's 11 o'clock already. All right.
They go to their primal states. They just like unschooled, untutored, just wild.
But the point I was trying to make with that.
But that is.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
thing is, whether we accept it or not, this is part of the culture now.
That's what all I'm
It's
trying to
what's
say.
being done. It's what's being passed down from generation to generation. The thing is, we have to be cognizant of what type of cultures we put our energy into. We are the ones responsible for what we accept and permit to happen in our homes. Fuck the community. The community,
Tell it now.
is the outreach of what happens in the home.
In the homes, exactly.
The fuckery wasn't happening in the homes, motherfuckers couldn't go out and take that fuckery to other people. As Tamika said earlier, you get rid of the trauma, then there's no trauma bonding.
Exactly.
I mean, it's things that we have to stop. Everybody keep thinking that we have to push forward with this, push forward with that. No, we have to stop the fuckery first.
Indeed.
In order to be able to see your way. But until we do that, we gonna have all this bullshit around us constantly. And we get off into NPCs and this, that, or the other. We know that everybody here don't have a soul. We should know by now that we are not human, especially if we came to have a human experience. That means we were something else before we decided to have this experience. So when we use excuses like, well, I'm only human, that's why I keep doing this. All you telling the universe is, I'm not a god. I have no control over myself. I can't do shit. I need to do another cycle because I haven't figured a goddamn thing out.
I'm still a child. Spiritually, I'm still a child. I agree. All right. So I do at least want to start I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Oh, I'm good, sis. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I do want to start a little bit of what I wanted to talk about. All right. So y'all can go back to the other shows. We talked about the sacred geometry. Where I wanted to get was start, and we'll pick back up next week. But just to give a quick introduction, I want to get into vibration, frequency, tunes, and how music and sacred geometry are attached to each other. And I know those that have been rocking with us for quite some time, this isn't new news to you. Okay. Oh man, nephew got bumped off. Okay, you in, nephew. So sonic geometry focuses on harmony found when the sum of angles of all shapes is played as frequency. The sum of the angles, you know, those things that they call angels, which are really just angles of light, but we're going to continue. The sum of the angles of the basic geometric shapes, when played as frequencies, increases in octave, or what is that? I say octane. Octaves, but I think about octanes. But anyway, octaves as you add additional sides. When combining these frequencies, starting with a triangle all the way up to an octagon, they create perfect harmony in a 3-part major chord of the F. Yep, F sharp. This pattern works with 3-dimensional shapes as well as sacred geometry patterns to create harmony. So, you know, those that are familiar with music, y'all know the musical scale, and we'll get into real quick. I at least want to read one of these articles. I may go to this YouTube video. That might be better.
Auntie.
I'm sorry. Good. Yes.
It said Our bodies are temples, and we don't need medicine to technically fix our body. If we have our bodies resonate with the harmonious frequency that it should be resonating, it would fix itself. It would come into alignment, and thus everything that we had ailments for, it would remove itself. So when you're talking about the harmonious tones, I've read that it needs about 5 tones for it to really work. So it's not just it's exactly that. It's not just one person doing it. Normally we did it in a group, and when we all did it, we all had a different tonage or a different harmony that we would to, and that presence with all of us humming at that same time with the different tones would create that environment that we're looking to have, that harmonious environment. So it's not just the you saying in that, it's because you have a different frequency, I have a different frequency, and now it creates a harmonious frequency that does the magic that we're asking it to do.
Right, because remember when we talked about a couple of weeks ago in this series, and shout out to brother Seven Bomar. He was the first one that I heard say that every soul has a unique song. I thought that was so dope. I thought it was so beautiful. And that's why I said, when you are selecting people in your life, whether it be your romantic partner, whether it be friendship, situations, your soul listens to the tune of that other soul.
Yeah, the vibe.
The vibes. It's listening to that unique song. And their song should harmonize with your song. That's why when I say who you hang with, who your friends are, who your old lady is, who your old man is, that is a reflection of you. Because, Big Mama and them used to say birds of a feather flock together.
Facts.
Now, I don't know how y'all grew up, but Big Mama, my mama and them, they didn't play me hanging with no hoes. I'm fencing to tell you straight the fuck up. What? I know, Big Mama gonna say, I know you ain't running with that fast girl. You gonna stop right now. You wasn't raised like that. Okay? My mom was a little bit more raw. Nah, that girl is having sex. No. You ain't finna be hanging with her. She's fast. She's on a totally different scale than you. Now, my aunties and them that kept it raw, that bitch fucking, she a hoe. What you doing hanging with her? But yet, fast forward 1 generation, maybe even 2. Okay, because the millennials, y'all pretty much, a lot of y'all got it because, y'all are, our younger brothers and sisters. Y'all hung with us, whatever the case may be. Okay, so you picked up on a lot of this. You knew what it was. We pulled your coattail on a lot of stuff. I know I did for my siblings. The next generation, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Everybody hoes, everybody fucking, everybody trying to outfuck each other. And it just all makes me want to scratch personally. Because it just don't seem sanitary to me. I'm just saying. So ain't nobody
Straight up
tuning
nasty.
in to it is straight up nasty.
Straight
All I
up.
just think about, sis, is some motherfucking bleach and ammonia at this point
Won't work.
for they motherfucking parts. Just sour, baby. Sour.
But you,
Ugh.
Girls' panties crusty. Dudes shitty looking drawers. They ashy.
Nasty.
She tart. Just I'm scratching y'all now. But go ahead, brother Sean.
it's what they accept. I mean, it's debauchery is what's being promoted. So that's what they go off into, and you have to realize that
They carry
part
it
of
though.
part of the quote unquote conscious community actually promotes this. I mean, you have to look at these.
When I found out how motherfucking nasty they are, I wanted to vomit.
Yes,
I'm like,
nasty.
you
Yeah, like-
fucking that ashy ass nigga? Bitch, I could never. But continue, brother Sean.
Because I mean, all you have to do is look at some of these goddess retreats. You know, these sisters that's off into the yoni steam and the eggs, and they always going up having all these retreats, and at some of them, all you see is a bunch of women working around half naked, twerking for each other and doing
Oh, that's
all type
nasty
of stuff
too.
like
Yeah.
that. Then you
Yes.
had the ones where they hook up with the men, and you can only imagine what the hell goes on in them places, because now you got some of them putting how-to sex videos online, all this type
Child, I
of shit.
wouldn't follow none of they motherfucking sexual advice.
It's time to go. Ugh.
Continue.
But that's what's being promoted, because they're quote unquote gods and goddesses, and the whole
and they running a motherfucking hustle. They running a hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah, they getting rich as fuck. Got all these people supporting their lifestyle, this, that, or the other. Then they come be willing sex participants. And the killer part about it, you paid to have sex. You paid to go there, all this, that, or the other. So you basically paid to go
What was that?
participate in an orgy.
Yeah.
This is the type of shit that's being promoted. Everybody running around half
Hefner.
naked.
Oh,
And if they ain't naked, they got on these
that's Hugh Hefner.
the tights, wearing them as everyday clothes. Got
Tight.
the camel toe showing, ass crack, and goddamn thing. And then they get mad when somebody say something to them. I just
Talk up
know,
under their clothes. That's
right.
what
I just know when I was coming up, if you saw somebody in the police officer uniform, you thought it was a cop.
Oh, I see where you're going. Yeah.
If you see somebody in a hoe outfit,
You know what I mean?
you think it's a hoe.
You think they hope?
What you mad at me for, girl? Like you wearing a whole outfit. Like, how am I supposed to approach you?
I don't care what they say. I understand you got the right to do this, do this, that or the other. It's your body, this, that or the other. But motherfuckers feel as though they have the right to say what they want to say because it's their motherfucking mouth. You the one out here with your shit all out.
Right.
You get mad if a brother compliment you. You get mad if a brother look at you. And you also get mad if somebody tell you look nasty. So, I mean, it ain't no win with this shit.
No.
I just don't understand the need to show every motherfucking thing off. Back in the day, a motherfucker ain't know what he had until the goddamn wedding night.
Right. That was the prize.
Right, but nowadays, everybody know what you got.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then half of everybody didn't already had it. Niggas looking at you like, oh yeah, I didn't already been
Oh
through it.
Lord have mercy.
Happy
No
hours.
surprise. No surprises. No surprises.
And then motherfuckers sit up and share. Women
Just
and men.
nasty.
They sit up and share the same
Gross.
motherfucker.
Just gross.
That's why I hate that goddamn bar scene. I worked in bars for years.
Mm-hmm.
And it don't matter which bar you go to. You
It's
sit there
nasty.
long enough, you begin to peep everything out. Every bar got its regular neighborhood crowd who stays there. And
Hit the bill. Yeah.
out of that regular crowd, some of everybody done slept with everybody. And you a newcomer coming into that scene, and you think you coming up on something. Half the bar done already had her.
Ooh,
Then you wonder how come niggas looking at you funny, or wonder how come a nigga bust you upside your head, because you fucking with his bitch. That's his fallback. He can fuck her anytime he want to, and now you just done got the motherfucking way, nigga. You ain't from here. You ain't in our circle.
You ain't passing the line.
But this is the shit we accept, because I know motherfuckers that I was in the bar with at the age of 19. Motherfuckers in their 50s and 60s are still in the same goddamn bar.
Yeah.
Fucking around with the same old drunk ass women.
Yeah, that's true.
That part.
It's just an endless cycle. I mean, we fuck ourselves so many different ways and blame everybody else.
That's
But
true.
we do it.
Oh, well, they said they had an earthquake in New Zealand.
Sis said, okay, so beyond the hoes and the crunchy panties and the VD,
Oh,
they hit
my
an
God.
earthquake and blah, blah,
So
blah,
what's New
blah,
Zealand
blah.
doing right now?
Right. Let's change the subject, but no. Anyhow, yeah, it is what it is, fam. Just degeneracy, okay. But you know, if you want to
too
keep
much for my
hoeing
taste.
hoe, you know, if you feel it's liberating, okay. But when your
Angie,
parts get to itching and blowing up and falling off, and your kitty cat is itching, whatever
Nobody
the case may
wants it.
motherfucking be, live with
Wow.
all of that. And that's just on the
Crazy.
physical. We're not even talking the soul ties or the energy, because it ain't even soul ties at that point. The energies that you're mingling yourselves with.
You know, if you have good frequency, like in some of these cultures, they go out and interview your friends, your family, your neighbors, trying to find out if you have a good frequency for a mate. And, you know, we don't do that anymore, but we should, because you don't know if that girl or man and hung out at them bars that you're talking about. And that's gross. It's really gross. I have some guy came with his girl, and I looked at that girl and I said, ooh, they wear that frequency. They wear it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you,
that's-
like I said, all it takes. Okay, ladies, we finna keep it real. Man, y'all probably already know this. We know it only takes 1
2
second.
seconds. Oh, you too.
I took that shit down to 1, baby, because as soon as you step up, I'm tuning in on that frequency to know whether or not we gonna fuck with you. It
That's
only
true.
takes 1 second, minimum of 2. And you can fuck that up. Let's be clear. Your monk ass can fuck that up at any time, depending on what comes up out of your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you say something ignorant and foul, all of the sexual desire, blood, that's gone. We like, oh,
Yeah,
damn.
that facial expression is fucking nope.
Like,
zip
damn,
my
he
pants
was
up.
nice looking, but fuck that. No. he
Man,
is
don't start with them
degenerate. I'm
dreams
done.
I had about you.
Yeah.
The dreams I
That's
had
how
about you. I'm like,
women's
what?
makeup is. We know in 2 seconds. Now, let's get it clear. That don't mean that you can't fuck it up, because you could definitely fuck it up by opening your mouth. Okay?
That's a walk
If you
away.
turn your hand, your motherfucking nails dirty. We see any type of dinginess, ashiness on your motherfucking ass that we may have missed the note that 1 to 2 seconds, which usually we don't. That's your ass. Or we start to get to know you and we catch your motherfucking stinking funk ass and some lies. Your shit ain't lining up. nigga, that you out the door. That's literally how women's psychology works.
It really does.
So that means, ladies, if that nigga is crusty and dingy and ashy, you a crusty and dingy and ashy ass bitch. If you laying up hugged up. We got to keep this shit all the way real. I mean, where is the lie? You know in 2 seconds whether or not you gonna fool with that man. Okay? Now, that's not saying motherfuckers that be out here scamming or whatever and sending their representative and have a mask on. That does happen. That's something totally different.
It's called IG and Facebook, yeah.
Okay? That's why we have to teach our girls and even teach our sons. Once people show you who they are and it does not align with your values, with your principles, their music is off, you better let that shit go. That's what we should be teaching our children. Not to be sitting up here trauma bonding with a motherfucker. And furthermore, as parents, as aunties and uncles, as grandparents, we have to show them an example. If you laying up next to a no good ass, ashy ass, dusty ass, geriatric motherfucker, what can you tell your daughter? What can you tell your son? Your titties and your ass hanging out. You got a new nigga running in and out of your house. You bringing them around them babies. What the fuck you think them babies think about you? And women, especially your sons. Same with you fathers. If you treat your old lady like shit, and I don't give a fuck if she your ex. Now, I'm not saying everybody got to be together. Shit happens. People outgrow each other, whatever the case may motherfucking be.
It'd still be civil.
If you disrespect the mother of your children, first of all, nigga, I don't want nothing to do with you. Don't come to my motherfucking face telling me about what your baby mama then supposedly and allegedly done, nigga. I don't want to hear it. Do you understand me? I don't want to hear it. That's between you and her. Y'all lay down to make that baby. I'm canceling your ass. Because see, what you ain't finna do is turn right around and make me baby mama number 2, and then you be telling the next woman how I ain't shit and I done of this and I done of that. If you're not showing your children an example of how a man is supposed to treat a woman respectfully, what the fuck do you think they gonna go out here and get? And I ain't trying to say y'all need to be, perfect and all of that, but goddamn it, act like adults. Make it about the priority of your children. Not the fuck about how y'all can't stand each other and she didn't do this and he didn't do that. Grow the fuck up.
It's for the babies.
Because if you couldn't stand each other that much, you had no fucking business procreating. Yeah, I fucking said it.
That's so true.
But I'm sorry, go ahead on, Brother Sean. Shit.
Like you were saying, it's about what we show. For instance, if a woman invites a man to her house and she has children, and specifically boys, and they watch this man sit up and disrespect their mama.
Mm-hmm.
And she keep accepting this motherfucker back. She's still sitting up cooking his food, this, that, or the other, even though he disrespecting her, slapping her around, cheating on her, and everything. And she keep accepting that. Your sons lose respect for you. They feel as though that's the way they're supposed to treat you and talk to
That
you
is absolutely right.
because that's what you accept. It begins
Yep.
with the disrespect for the mother before that disrespect is taken out to the streets.
Come on, talk about it now.
Because what their mother has shown them. Now, people teach people, I beat you and I fuck you up because I love you. And that's probably what they're hearing in the house.
Yeah.
And she's probably giving excuses. Oh, he really loves me. He takes care of us. He just get upset sometimes because he had a hard day at work.
I made him angry.
Or he lost his job. Yep, I made him angry. It was my fault. I said something I shouldn't have.
Shit.
So then your sons get to looking at you like, well, you ain't got shit to say to me. I had a bad day.
Exactly.
You said something to me that I didn't like.
Bitch.
And then that's the same with fathers.
Mm-hmm.
If you sit up and bring this old manly, disrespectful, aggressive ass so-called woman who don't do nothing but cuss and fuss and this, that, or the other, and ain't content with shit, and you just sit up there and take it, she cuss you out and you just sit there, your daughter's looking at you like, what kind of motherfucking man is you? You just gonna let her run all over you like that?
Right. And let her mistreat
the children.
Correct.
It's all type of fucked up shit we do to ourselves. When
totally
you love
agree.
yourself, you do better. Best thing you can do for your children is be that example. If you
Come on
want
with it now.
your children to be a certain way, you have to provide that environment.
That's right.
Your home is supposed to be your sanctuary. It's supposed to be full of the positive, high vibrational energy that you claim to want. If you can't create that in your own motherfucking home, how do you think you're gonna cause that shit to happen in the rest of the motherfucking world? If you can't get that shit to happen within your own motherfucking body, how do you expect to do that for everybody else? How do you expect to change the world? Nobody wants to change with themselves. Nobody wants to change themselves. They want everything and everybody else to change to fit what the fuck they want. People keep focusing on what they want. What you want should be the shit that you need, and you'll never be without. But other motherfuckers tell you what you should and shouldn't have. I mean, it's like we sit up and talk about how some of the ancestors sold out for trinkets. Ain't that the fuck we doing now with this technology and shit they keep making the motherfuckers don't really need to survive with?
Absolutely.
I agree.
Ain't we selling out for motherfucking trinkets and bullshit?
Fiat currency, yeah.
I'm just saying, we have to take personal accountability and responsibility.
Absolutely.
Period. Ain't no need blaming another motherfucker for nothing. You have the knowledge now, or pretend to. You sit up and you say this, that, or the other. You know this, you know that, but you still won't do nothing no different.
Exactly.
At some point, you have to do something. These talks and everything are fine and dandy. But just know, as far as for positive action, I ain't never telling y'all motherfucking thing I'm doing on the internet. If I'm really talking about making some moves on some shit, I ain't telling a motherfucker.
Moving silent.
If you ain't in the frequency and you ain't around for the shit going down, that means you wasn't motherfucking included. You wasn't on the right goddamn frequency. And that's your fault. I'm not sitting around waiting for a motherfucker. I ain't trying to save the world. I ain't trying to change this bitch or nothing. If we're supposed to be getting out of this motherfucker, only thing I'm changing is my motherfucking frequency to make sure I get up out this bitch.
That's correct.
And any contracts I got with anybody else, I'm fulfilling them motherfuckers so that I don't owe motherfucking shit. I ain't coming back for a goddamn thing. I ain't coming back to give you nothing. I ain't coming back to say nothing. I ain't coming back to look at you. None of that goddamn shit. When I'm out this bitch, I'm done. No more contracts. None. Y'all can have all that shit. You can do that paperwork. You can try and claim this. You can try and claim that. Then go to court, see if these motherfuckers give it to you. You ain't got shit. You ain't gonna have shit. Look at the immigrants. In California, they already got the cartel taking over marijuana operations. Just coming in, setting up on people's goddamn land. The sheriffs don't go fuck with them. They get the busting at the sheriffs and shit. And the ones that they do get, because of the laws in California, you could be growing 5 tons of shit and you only get a $500 fine.
Yeah.
So as far as for you folks that's trying to live legally around these border towns, this, that, or the other, where they just invited the cartel in, what the fuck you gonna do? You thought you had a hard enough time dealing with motherfuckers who were actually, were supposedly dealing with laws and shit where you can get remedies? Now they didn't invite motherfuckers in where there is no laws and there is no remedy. Y'all think that this immigration thing is, I don't know what y'all think it is, but it's a reset. It's a population reset.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Correct.
is.
They've been
They
doing this since how they
invite
did
these
it.
motherfuckers in here to take over your shit.
Again,
This ain't the first time it's happened, and this ain't the first
Exactly.
place it's happened. Motherfuckers been complaining about immigrants as long as it's been motherfuckers here. Because they say it's nothing new under the sun. So all this treachery and moving about, this, that, or the other, ain't none of this shit motherfucking new.
Right.
It's just in certain pockets we had people that were actually trying to do right. And then you got the parasites and shit that came in because we let them in. We stopped being about what we were supposed to be about and started chasing after everything and everybody else. We forgot what our purpose for being here was. And then we get caught up in it.
Right.
That's just like in jail. Our motherfuckers who gonna be in there forever, they try and make the best out of it. They celebrate their little holidays. They have their little celebrations, this, that, or the other for shit to seem quote unquote normal. Ain't that the same shit we doing here? We know in the whole goddamn time that our soul is on the line, that we at war, but we still keep trying to find little moments of peace and happiness and this, that, or the other. Wow. Even though all this little bit of peace and happiness to whatever that we're allegedly and supposedly after is all part of a fucking hologram. And we need to get the fuck out of here. I mean, if you want to stay, that's what it's here for. It ain't never going nowhere. As long as people are giving energy to it, it'll be here. But the higher realms and new shit that some of us are striving for, that's going to be there too.
Mm-hmm.
So don't think that everybody going to be stuck with y'all. And don't be very many that get out, because as you can see, as you look through these historical narratives, a couple Buddhas and somebody else was supposed to have been the only ones that turned it to crystalline beings in their body and ascended out of here or whatever. You don't hear about that too often because the shit ain't happening that often. And the motherfuckers that made it out of here, they ain't came back to say shit to a motherfucker. No. It's just certain realities we have to accept, even when it comes to ancestor worship. Because some of the ancestors that you got them worshiping, might be one of your fucked up ass friends right now that's taking you through a bunch of shit because they came back.
Right.
Because I don't give a fuck what you say. All our ancestors wasn't all this, that, or the other.
Oh, I
I mean,
totally agree.
we love our people because we're loving people. But we have to accept certain truths. It's just like at
Absolutely.
funerals, motherfuckers like always talking about, oh, you were such a nice person, this, that, and other. And everybody hated that motherfucker when he was alive. So
Right. Now I
what
ain't
is
finna
all these
pretend.
goddamn lies and shit for? Right.
Yeah, I ain't going
I mean,
to you shit. I'm finna be honest, but keep going, Brother Sean. Shit.
yeah, everybody is virtuous after they goddamn die. If you was that goddamn virtuous, you wouldn't be caught up in this reincarnation cycle. And the circumstances in which you perished up under may not have happened.
Mm.
But again, we have to think about what energy we put out there, because that's what's going to come back. I digress.
No, very good. Just real quick, Alabama said, Alabama, you picked out the line that I was like, that's a cold ass line. When you said, Brother Sean, you should want what you need. And then I think you said, because if you get what you need, you'll always have what you want.
Right.
That's so motherfucking fire. I mean, where's the lie in that? Let me say that for the slow ones in the back. You should want what you need. And if you have what you need, you'll always get what you want. That's universal law. I had a conversation about how scarcity is created. And I was making the analogy of when you create something and let's say you created, you're going to get $100, okay? The $100 show up. You like, cool. That $100, you needed it for something specific. And then along comes someone needing part of that $100 and all of that $100. And you give it. And I said to the person, see, you're thinking that you're being a good-hearted person.
No.
But what you are doing is you have just made yourself unwhole. So the message that you have sent through the universe is you don't like to be whole. Your wants and your needs, they don't matter. You like operating in scarcity. So I want y'all to think about that. The things that you create, you are responsible for. I'm telling you the things that you create. You're not supposed to be taking your needs and ushering them out to other, because the message that you send to the universe is scarcity is the way that you operate. I don't care, Niecy Pooh, if it's my mama, No, I ain't got it. For you. I don't create scarcity for myself.
That's kind of interesting that you say that because I see the world telling people, he just gave his last dime. And he just did this. to
Yeah,
help
because
others.
that's to keep you in a scarcity mindset, and it keeps you in poverty. That's
Isn't that
why
crazy?
when people get put on in families, everybody want to run to that family member and drain their motherfucking pockets.
And they feel entitled to do so.
They feel entitled to do so. So they never learn how to be creators. Let me tell you one thing. You won't put me in scarcity.
No. Amen to that.
That's not the message that I'm going to send to the universe. I'm not going to go against my motherfucking soul for nobody.
Mhm.
Almost gotta kind of be selfish and quote unquote.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Selfish. That bitch thinks she bougie. Yeah, bitch, I am. I literally tonight got on my sweatshirt with bougie written across this motherfucker.
Anti-bougie.
Read it across the bosom. I don't create scarcity for myself.
Isn't that something?
That's what you're putting out to the universe. I don't value myself enough to be whole. I never give out what I won't miss or what I don't get in return.
Or
That's
what you don't
not
need.
selfish.
Mm-hmm.
That's called having your best interests at heart. That is called alchemy, the laws of the universe.
I hear that.
Because we know very, very well family members that have been ran in the motherfucking ground because everybody go to that family member and you think you serving them a purpose by being superwoman, superman, by giving until you have nothing left.
And then they don't come check you either.
They don't give a fuck.
They're happy actually. So again.
It'll get to the point where when you down, ain't nobody there for you. It's simple universal laws. That's what you told the universe. You don't value being whole. So that's what I'm going to give you. I'll make sure that you're never whole. Now, flip side is when I have created and I understand the flow of the universe and I understand that I am limitless and I understand there are limitless resources and I create an excess for myself.
Abundance.
Then I can give. But I'm going to give to whom I want to give based on your frequency and when I motherfucking want to give. Okay? Now, it's a little bit different when you're a parent. You got to learn your balance with your babies. But grown motherfuckers, baby, I ain't the one to play with. And I had to learn and get to that point. Okay? I had to bump my head and see, oh, motherfucker, you think I'm playing with you. You just think I'm just an ATM machine for energy, for money, whatever the fuck.
My needs, yeah.
That's a lesson I had to learn. And I don't give a fuck who it is. Family. Now they know. Oh, she ain't want to fucking play with you. Motherfucking right. I'll cuss you out and cut you the fuck off. I love you now, baby.
But
go on, get the fuck out my face with that. You understand me?
No, man.
Shit. Relationships, friendships, romantic relationships. Oh, you think I'm playing. You want to switch up on me. So you want to change the motherfucking arrangement we both agreed to when we entered into this bitch. You want to change it where it's not evenly yoked. And I'm coming up short. No, nigga, that don't work for me. I don't give a fuck about none of that. How long supposedly and allegedly we been together? Because, nigga, the moment you changed up, we wasn't together no more. Shit.
Yeah, that's fact. I know that issue.
You have to value you. You set the price tag for you. And if people can't afford your price tag, they don't have no business fucking with you. And like that statement Brother Sean put up, and I think I put it on a community wall, because if your happiness is at my expense, I can't fucking afford you. I'll run that for the slow ones in the back. If your happiness is at my expense, I can't afford you. So I'm going to have to put you back on the motherfucking shelf and keep it pushing. Because my happiness and my peace is directly tied to my soul. And I don't fucking play. Love
All
yourself.
right now.
Value
All right.
yourself. Sweep around your own doorstep.
Mhm.
It's about you and your family. Okay? You're limitless. Go be it. All right, y'all. So we're going to start back here next week because I don't want to rush through vibrations and frequency. So with that said, we're going to give the last words. Nephew, you have any last words for the family?
Realistically, is reflecting on everything we keep on saying. It's important that we tap into self, retune our frequencies, and then be the change that we're looking for in this matrix, in this reality. Because trying to change the outside is going to be a waste of your time, and not changing the inside will not gain you the reward or the insight that you're actually looking for. I can give you $1 million today, but if you don't have proper spending habits or proper being diligent about money, you're just going to waste it. So it's really of knowing how to deal with the energy that you're working with and then applying it. Also, use your thoughts more often. Stop being realistic. Go into the dreamland and manifest things that you actually want. Don't look at the cost of it. Don't look at it how realistic is it. Don't look at how the timing of it. Put the picture of what you actually want in the frame of context you want it in, and just hold it there. That's it. You hold that thought and then go out in the world and try to live your best life and allow spirit to bring forth that frequency to you. You're actually hustling backwards by trying to go out in the world and like physically bring it to manifestation. No, you go into the spirit realm, you see it, you feel it, and watch spirit bring it to you. But you have to be doing the work. How can I say it? Outside in the real world. You can't be a degenerate. You can't be a dick because the universe knows and it'll treat you as such. If you kick puppies, it's going to know, and you're not going to get, no matter how much you pray, how much you blah 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 blah. It's going to know you're not a genuine person, and thus this blessing that should be bestowed on you, you won't respect it. So with that said, we love you. Thanks for joining us again for another night. If you haven't already subscribed, please do, because you're missing out on some powerful information. Hit the like button for us to show us love. And with that said, we'll see y'all next week. Give thanks.
Thank you. Love you too. Love you too. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
That was some good philosophy. Beautiful.
Sandra.
I mean, yeah, we can grow off of that a lot. But you know what I was thinking about? I think about this man that just won the $2 billion lottery.
Damn.
And I think about all the people who want that and they go for it and all this kind of stuff. And that man didn't come forward. By the time he got that money, it's going to be 600 million. They done took most of it.
Oh, the taxes and stuff.
Yeah. I said, you know what? That's a shame. It's a shame because it's supposed to be benefiting the schools and stuff like that, and they're not benefiting the schools, of course. The unions probably take it all. And this man is going to take home 600 million, which is not a bad pay. But I mean, he probably had his heart set on at least $1 billion.
They still robbed him for $400 million. That's a lot.
It's still robbery with the taxes, but
it's still robbery.
But the lottery is a great example because you know most of them lottery winners wind up broke.
Yeah, you know, you put yourself out there. This is what they want. This is their want. And they're going to get that. I'm going to get them numbers. I'm going to get it. And then they turn around. It's like you can go to Price is Right. You go, oh, I want to play. And then you win, but you be paying some serious taxes. They give you a 1099. So all these things are fantasies they put out there for us to, chancing life, playing chance games and playing, and trying to get yourself up out of a heap, but it really puts you right back in it because you're going to pay them all that taxes and then it's going to throw you in another income bracket and, it's just more trouble than what it's worth if you play their game instead of creating what you need.
I agree with that, but the flip side of that is take the taxes out of it. Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's.
What is
Take that shit out. Take that shit out. Let's talk about the fact, again, why most people that win the lottery are broke. It's just the concept I just talked about with the $100 example.
Yeah. They get all them people want to borrow. Can you spare a dime? Can you spare 100 here?
Because first of all, stop running your motherfucking mouth.
I'm broke.
Because if I would have hit that $2 billion or whatever, I would have been. I think in Ohio they want you to show up.
Yeah,
God damn it! I would come. You don't have to show up in Ohio.
I don't think so.
I was just saying.
Even if I did, goddamn it, let me tell you something. These locks gonna be all the way up. I'm gonna give me a motherfucking wig. I'm gonna have on a motherfucking mask. You ain't gonna know who the fuck like they're signing and shit. And I'm gonna put it in. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be so cold with it. Let me tell y'all how to do it.
Show up like a man.
I'm finna put y'all up on game.
Put it in the trust.
Sign the back of that lottery ticket in your trust name.
There you go.
You have the trustee or your lawyer go and sign that shit for you. So news people gonna be in my lawyer's face. Who's the winner? Who's the winner?
Sorry.
It is a company. It is a private trust, and I'm not at liberty to say. So I didn't just put y'all up on game.
And Auntie, with that move that you're talking about, if I understand the laws correctly, because it's a trust that's receiving that reward or that fund, it's not a taxable event because you can't tax a trust. You can tax the corporate fiction, Rhonda, but trust Rhonda isn't taxable. So he could have probably
it depends on how you have it set up.
Right, correct, exactly. I don't know the laws, but I'm saying depending on how you set it up and how the tax law really works, he possibly could have kept all of that from being deferred from tax. Let's say that he could have deferred it from being taxed.
Yeah, I could see deferring. I could definitely see deferring.
So you
So
gotta protect
again,
yourself.
family ain't gonna know a motherfucking thing.
I
I'm
know
still
what
be
you
living like I'm living.
Right.
And I'm gonna be so motherfucking cold with it. I still be working. A bitch just gonna be traveling a lot. That's all. I'm just gonna be traveling a lot more.
They
That's
will be
all.
able to find your new number.
They be like,
Yeah.
it ain't gonna be nothing new to them. Shit.
You know.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
I see where breaking news: another train with hazardous cargo
You
derails near
bullshit
Detroit,
me.
God damn.
Norfolk.
I said Detroit.
Norfolk
Yeah, it was-
again.
Oh, this shit is planned. See, y'all trying to sit up here and play with us.
That's next door
I
to
told
me.
you.
Holy
I told you.
crap.
I told you.
You
Told
did,
you.
Sis
That's what they're
Sandra.
doing.
They
It's
better
the
go with the fuckery.
coincidences.
Yeah, they better go on with the fuckery now.
And Auntie, I don't know if I'll say this. I think the whole reason this is happening is because we're actually this close to understanding what's really going on in the
Yeah, and
matrix.
I don't care what train derailment, merrilments, none of that. But as y'all planning these motherfucking events, we're keeping watch, and the universe is keeping watch.
Right. We're trying to stay on
And you
code.
got a fucking answer for that. Each life that you harm with your fuckery, you got an answer for that. So you
And I think that-
planners sitting behind the scenes with this bullshit, you're gonna answer for that.
Yeah.
And
So
then-
keep on playing. We see you. Yes, nephew.
you say their time's done. Well, I'm looking at it from a perspective of they're a little upset with that fact. And being that they're in the position that they're in, they're going to destroy or they're going to trash the house on their way
Yeah,
out.
they are. Yeah.
Right.
So release this, build that.
Right.
Bomb
And
that.
they could do what they want to do, baby, because that's the thing about really truly understanding who you are from a soul level. What's the worst you think you could do to me, blood?
Kill me.
What, take me out? Okay. I'm an infinite being, and
Facts. I'm going to haunt you
what,
when I leave.
destroy this realm? I'm bad as fuck. I'll just link up with other co-creators and we'll create something new.
Or look, is this where you can?
Exactly. And this time,
Thank you.
motherfucker, I'm gonna make sure you don't even see what the fuck we doing or where we're at. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
This third density plane isn't going anywhere. It's
No.
still going to be here for people who are following the program. If you're still following those codes,
Low frequency. Low vibes.
you're coming back. Now, these codes and symbols and stuff that we're going over, these frequencies and everything, this is just the fucking beginning.
This is the alphabet.
Absolutely is.
If you're limitless, this is basically kindergarten or
Correct.
Yes,
preschool.
it is. Yes, it is.
We can't limit ourselves to thinking or believing that shit just exists in the numeration that they say. I've never
Agreed.
believed that there was just 7 chakras, because chakras have chakras, etc., etc.
Agreed.
Like Sis Nonia had asked me a question earlier about the stellar gateway, which they say is the 12th chakra. That's
Mhm.
about 18 inches above the head. But they say that that's the chakra that actually opens you up
Mhm.
to go beyond everything else. If we still keep thinking that everything is just limited to what they told us, that this is just the beginning and we're unlimited, that means there's nothing to define where we can go. There's nothing to
Agreed.
define what we can do.
That's
We
on you.
put limitations on everything by putting them in a box. by labeling things. Once you give something a name and you define that name, then that's what it's limited to.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to let go of all this bullshit
Agreed.
because
You
there's
have
so
any?
much.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Get
brother.
like, well, I just go off into my last word.
Okay.
Whatever. Loving yourself unconditionally is still the greatest thing that you can do for yourself.
It's the greatest love of all.
Oh,
Go ahead on. I'm hum that shit while you do your last words.
Enter and understand that you being an example is more important than any words that could come out of your mouth. It's just being in that frequency, being it. Your God be it. If there's a God frequency, exceed it. Because everything that's being presented to us now is being presented in third density. And a lot of this stuff is being explained to us by beings who can never achieve the things that we can achieve. So at some point, you actually have to do something. You have to forget all this bullshit. If all we've been taught is lies,
yeah, all of it.
why do you pick and choose certain shit to hold on to?
Mm-hmm.
If everything has to go, if the whole goddamn system has to go, what the fuck you holding on to? As long as you hold on to a part of this third density, you'll be here. It's just that simple. Your frequencies determine where you do and don't go. Period. And then all you got to do is look at where you are now. Look at how everything is going around you. Look at what your obstacles are. Your obstacles are limitations. Your obstacles are you've been told that you can't do certain things. But that don't happen till you believe it. Till you put your energy into those doubts. Second guessing yourself, second guessing the universe. As Rhonda said earlier, you can have something good coming your way. The minute you open up your motherfucking mouth, you just blew it.
Right.
Ooh-wee.
We have to be responsible for self.
Right.
We can sit up and kick the bobo all we want to. But if when this call ends, you ain't putting in no work, ain't shit happening for you.
Mm.
You participated in a good conversation. You heard some good shit. We had some shits and giggles and whatnot. But still got to put in that real work.
That's right.
I'm not here to debate with nobody. Everybody is permitted to exist in the limitations in which they place upon themselves. I don't care about none of that. The only thing I care about is getting out of here. And I guess I'll see y'all when y'all decide to get out of here. Because I keep telling you, I ain't coming back. And I damn one of you motherfuckers gonna pull me back.
I know that's right.
I don't give enough of a fuck to trauma bond with people and get caught up in they bullshit. You're not gonna keep putting that negative energy on me because you upset about this, that, or the other. If you can't disconnect yourself from shit that ain't got nothing to do with you, you come back. It's that simple. At some point, we have to realize that if everybody is gods, they're eternal souls here for their human experience, we got to leave some motherfuckers alone to straighten their shit out.
Right.
Somebody got to make the move to set shit up on the other end. Y'all don't want to do it? Hell, I'm out. You come, you come. You don't, you don't.
Right.
I'm still going to be doing me. Just like I don't give a fuck about who I see in this third density realm, etc., etc. If you're part of my soul family, I know your energy. I know your frequency. I could care less about what you look like physically now. Because next place, no telling what the fuck we may be looking like.
Right. If we take a physical form. But
exactly.
But continue.
So, all I'm concerned with is energy. I honestly want everybody to make it out. But if you ain't ready, you just ain't ready. And
right.
It's not my place to make you ready. Only person I can get ready is me. I can share shit with you. You can take it or leave it. That's how I do with everything. Yep. I don't agree with everything everybody say, but I ain't gonna go beat you up about something I don't agree with if it ain't got nothing to do.
Let it rock. Let it roll.
You have the right for your own opinion based upon your experiences and your perspective, because that might actually be somebody else's reality.
Right.
But it ain't mine. So I ain't fucking with that. You know?
Right.
It's that simple. Know what's best for you.
Yeah.
Do that. Stick with that. Let everybody else go through what they're going through. It's not our place to interfere. We just correct our contracts. We just do the shit that we're supposed to do. If you brought somebody in this world,
that's right.
That's part of your goddamn contract.
That's
you
right.
You have certain responsibilities to them. And it's not just as far as for feeding and clothing them and sending them off to goddamn school.
That is correct.
What about their spiritual needs? How do you feed their soul? Mm-hmm. What are you showing them? Are you showing them that you're a victim and we can't do shit because we're quote unquote black?
I'm a slave.
Or are you going to be the God that you claim to be and show your children God shit?
Right.
You want to impress your children? Fly around the goddamn house. I bet you your children be willing to listen to anything you say if they see you flying around the goddamn house. But as long as all you doing is fussing and complaining and drinking and smoking and kicking it, what the fuck you think they gonna do?
Exactly.
You seem to be happy with that shit. You throw everything to the side. You leave me in the house by myself. You go kick it. You do this, that, and other. That's the life. So that's what I'm gonna think. You go ahead and leave out. I find a couple roaches in your ashtray.
Not the roaches.
You'd have left a corner of wine or something in the glass. I see the shit having you feeling so goddamn good. You go on having a good time. So shit, I might as well go ahead and light up one of these little things right here. Go ahead and drink this. It's a cycle. What you do in front of your children 9 times out of 10 is what they're going to do. Because they figure my parent is doing it, it's okay.
It's good enough for me.
I don't care what they say. I don't care what you say. I see what you're doing. And you ain't stopping it for nothing. So it must be good to you. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't care what you say. And then when we tell children are stories. It's just certain stories you can't tell your children because there's certain shit they're gonna try and emulate, especially the fucked up shit you did. You tell your children, I did this, I did that. Then when they turn around and do it, you try and say something to them. Well, you did it. You seem to be all right. You did it. You made it through it. I'm young. I still got time to make it through it. You had time. But I digress. But wholeness and power, family. Love y'all.
Love you.
Brother Sean. Love you too. So the song for the night is in my broken down Whitney Houston voice. I'm not going to attempt to sing it and have y'all animals barking and shit in the background. What frequency she on?
Is that the greatest love? The
greatest love of all is what?
You're
learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. Okay? So love yourselves, family. Do you? We'll be back next week. So, thank you to nephew, Nuwa. Love you, nephew.
Love you too.
Thank you to sis. Thank you to sis Sandra. Love you, sis. And thank you to Brother Sean. Love you, Brother Sean. Okay. So thank you to the YouTube chat. We love y'all, fam. Y'all be throwing it out there real good. We appreciate you. Love you all. Love your support. Shout out to BCU. We love you, BCU. We done had some fun this week. Y'all motherfuckers crazy. I done laughed all afternoon. So shout out to BCU. That was a bomb-ass lecture. What's that? Wednesday. So shout out to BCU. Love you all. Okay. Shout out to the YouTube family. Yes, sir.
I think we got the hottest moderators in chat on YouTube. I don't care about
turn up to the mods. Turn up to the mods. Yes.
Mods and active participants in the chat.
Yeah.
We smart over here. We learned it did over here. Shit.
Yeah, we did.
Shout out to the mods in the chat. We smart over here. Shit. Okay. And shout out to the YouTube family. We love you all very much. Love your support. We appreciate you all as well. So, fam, we'll be back next week. Love you all very much. Go do you. Okay? Create the world you want to live with. So, with that said, we're Truth Uncompromised. And we're out. Peace and love, fam. So we're going to rock out with some music. Okay? So love you all very much, fam.
Love you. Good night.
Why the hell my ass can't always find? There go the closing music.